Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to the second day of our symposium titled Science and Revolution, celebrating 50 years of the anniversary of the publication of Henry Winston's book, Strategy for a Black Agenda. I'd like to invite you all to go to the art exhibit for the launch of our journal, Avant-Garde. Jeremiah will actually read the mission statement and we'll get a tour. Let's do it.
Yeah, Michelle? Okay. We're good? Okay. Yeah, as Eddie said, welcome everybody to the second day of the Henry Winston Symposium. I'm Jeremiah. I'm a member of the Savage Free School, and also a co-editor of our new journal, Avant-Garde, a journal of peace, democracy, and science, together with Michelle Liu, Serafina Harris, Anthony Montero, Jahan Chowdhury. But this is really a project of the entire free school, which hopefully you'll get a taste of through the art which is featured in this first issue, which is dedicated to Henry Winston, as well as through a roundtable discussion, which we're going to have right after this, covering some of the articles that are in the journal, which hopefully you've had a chance to take a look through. If not, they're on that table over there. But yeah, I just want to start by reading the mission statement for the journal, which will hopefully give a sense of why we wanted to create this publication, what role we wanted to serve in the struggle of ideas in Philadelphia as well as in the country. So without further ado, I'm just going to read the mission statement. Avant-Garde, a journal of peace, democracy, and science, seeks to advance the struggle of ideas at the dawning of a new revolutionary period in American and world history. In such a moment of possibility, our journal insists upon the capacity of people to think for themselves in new and creative ways, and to see the possibilities for a new world. Avant-Garde aims to be a publication where ideas can live and breathe, producing writing and art that speak to people from every facet of their lives. Our journal commits itself to principles associated with the best of the avant-garde ethos: courage in standing for ideas that are worthy of the people, and science in seeking to arrive at the truth through disciplined experimentation along several modes of discovery and inquiry. It is with this spirit that we inherit the ideas of W.E.B. Du Bois, Martin Luther King Jr., and James Baldwin, claiming them as figures for our time. We see ourselves in the tradition of the Black freedom struggle and the breakthroughs that it achieved in human consciousness, in theories of democracy and social change, and in methods of revolutionary struggle. We link ourselves to the fearless innovation and imaginary of John Coltrane, Sun Ra, Duke Ellington, Nina Simone, Marvin Gaye, Aretha Franklin, Alice Coltrane, Stevie Wonder, Archie Shepp, Max Roach, Ornette Coleman, and many others. Artists who were part of the struggle for freedom in the United States. And so we use the concept of the avant-garde as they do, in recognition of a people already in motion, hastening to make all things new. As a world historic concept, the avant-garde speaks to new and experimental movements in art, music, and politics. In the US, it emerges directly from the effort to connect progressive and revolutionary ideas to people's strivings for freedom and peace. Hence, we seek to recapture the avant-garde from the ruling elite, who have distorted its meaning into a farce of trivial decadent pursuits far removed from the people. We see the struggle of ideas as an existential question, confronting all forces in society that struggle for progress. We thus place ourselves squarely among those broad sections of the American people who are searching for a future, who are challenging the philosophy, values, and legitimacy of a dying regime in the United States. The American people today are in open rebellion against their ruling class. This rebellion manifests in many ways, from the mass outcry against US proxy wars in Palestine and Ukraine, to the groundswell of support for anti-establishment candidates in the 2024 presidential race, to the broader collapse in public trust toward major institutions of rule in US life. America faces a profound crisis. The ruling elite cannot rule in the old way, making it the task of the people to find their own solutions to resolve the crisis. Contrary to the claims of those who defend the status quo, the American people are not an ignorant, hateful mass interested in imposing a fascist regime upon themselves. Rather, they seek a new type of democracy and a new economy anchored in peace and industry. And in the process, a new American people is being born. This democratic movement in the US is commensurate with much larger global processes, what can be called an Afro-Asiatic reconstitution of humanity, the democratic recentering of the world order toward the most densely populated and creatively fertile civilizations on the planet. In this light, we recognize that the advances of the 20th century, namely the socialist, anti-colonial, civil rights, and working class movements and revolutions, forged a new global consciousness through the freeing of humanity's majority, and in turn, created new possibilities for revolutionary change. Old ideas of revolution are no longer sufficient for this time. We are therefore dedicated to the pursuit of clarity, cutting through manufactured ideas pushed by a ruling elite who seek to divide humanity, and discarding the dogmatism of the left that believes knowledge comes from the top down rather than belonging naturally to the people. Unafraid, we strive to know the truth. Indeed, we greet the present moment as greater numbers of ordinary Americans proceed upon a new field of politics on their own terms, striving to know one another in new ways and to rediscover their capacity as agents of history. And so Avant-Garde emerges from the thinking of the Saturday Free School for Philosophy and Black Liberation, a unique project which has for more than a decade endeavored to create spaces of moral, spiritual, and political education for the people of Philadelphia, especially the youth and children. Remaining rooted in Philadelphia, simultaneously America's poorest major city and a ravaged living symbol of deindustrialization, as well as a creative epicenter of art and culture and the birthplace of many revolutionary traditions, our journal seeks to engage with the vast and varied coalition of the discontented in our country, and with all people who are sincerely searching for a way out of despair, with men, women, and youth of every creed and color who fight for peace and democracy. We embrace the responsibility of exploring questions that the people themselves have already put on the table, questions of war and peace, of poverty, of democracy, and of our shared future with each other and all humanity. We are ultimately optimists about the future, standing on the foundation of previous revolutions in our nation's history, the Civil Rights Movement, the Civil War and Reconstruction era, and the Revolution of 1776. We believe that a fourth American Revolution is possible. Armed with the fire and force of new ideas, we are confident that the American people can make it so. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Michelle and Serafina, whose artwork you can see displayed here, which is also featured in the inaugural issue of Avant-Garde.
So I'll begin by talking briefly about the exhibition of photographs on display today. So it's a part of our launch of Avant-Garde. Thank you for reading the mission statement so beautifully, Jeremiah. But these are a selection of the photographs that have been printed in the inaugural issue of Avant-Garde, and they were a part of an article or an exhibition that I titled in the journal, Finding the Free School. And to just speak briefly to what that means, most of these photographs were taken in 2019 through to the period of 2023. And 2019 was the year that I know, you're gonna make me emotional. Well, 2019 was the year that I had joined the Saturday Free School. And the way I had described it was that I had found what I had been looking for all my life without having been able to name it. And, you know, sometimes people call me a very complex person, but actually I think at base I'm a very simple person, in the sense that all I've ever wanted is a life of purpose, a life of a contribution, a life in service to something greater than myself. And I think it's because of the way that I was raised with, which is to say that I was raised with a lot of love. And when I moved to Philadelphia in 2015, I was, I think, devastated by the poverty and just how the city was a reflection of the American crisis. And I felt that suddenly I was forced to grow up, even though I was only 18, because then I had to face the question of, what is my responsibility to all of this? What is my relationship to all of this? Yes. At the same time, I was a student at the University of Pennsylvania, where I was being trained to be a part of the ruling elite, to put it very shortly and succinctly. And I didn't want to become that, because I knew it would destroy my soul. So I think that free school is the education I was always looking for, to be trained in, to train others in, because it was the education that allowed me first to know the world, and in some ways, more importantly, or just as importantly, to transform it in my lifetime. And that is the substance of these photographs. So starting on this side are mostly photographs from 2019, and I was amazed by what I saw before me. Just, Free School is an ideological, political collective. We are struggling to make the Fourth American Revolution complete, as Jeremiah said. And I think that sometimes people, especially if they have backgrounds in activism or academia or leftism, they hear that and maybe some of those words, there's a certain baggage with them. But what I want to actually draw out is how soulful all of our work really is, and how much love there is in the relationships between the people in Free School, but also in our relationships to the world. And so this was deliberate, but most of the photographs I've printed are not of people in the Free School, because we're right here, but they are of figures that have meant very much to us, or friends of the Free School, artists and leaders in the community of Philadelphia who have been very close to the Free School and worked in synthesis with our vision. So a lot of this is what I saw when I first came in, and it is in a lot of ways at base what I still see when I'm doing this work and striving to make a new America. So on this panel, up top is Reverend James Lawson, who is a leading theorist of the nonviolent strategy in synthesizing the tactics of the Indian freedom struggle with that of the African American struggle. And he had visited in 2019 during the year of Gandhi. And below here is a dear friend of the Free School, R&B and jazz musician, Alfie Pollett. And I remember actually weeping when I was taking this photo, because he was playing Say It Over and Over Again, which is a classic John Coltrane ballad. And Branson, you're actually in this one.
Oh, I don't know.
But I remember I started crying, because listening to that music in the Church of the Advocate, I felt in my bones that this is what that music had come out of, and those people were the music that Alfie was playing for. And this right here is also a photograph of the Church of the Advocate, which I could go on and on about, but I won't. So So moving on over here, there's a photo of Munchie, who
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to put it very simply, but for the caption of this photograph, I titled it, "In Dedication to Munchie, a great man and an exemplar of revolutionary love." This photograph of him, but he meant very much to us, and he does. And I think our work is a continuation of his spirit and also his contribution. So along here, you could read the captions later, but there are various artists, musicians who have been important to the Free School. And I also want to add that these photographs moving through the years are also a witness or a record to both my own ideological and personal development as first a young person, then transforming into a young woman who realized that I could be a maker of history. And it's also a testament and a witness to the development of Free School. So on the other side of Serafina's painting are just a few of the more recent photographs that I also wanted to share. These are from the past few years specifically, and this year especially is when we really began to discuss, for example, avant-garde jazz and its role in shaping the future. And the 10th anniversary is when we began to really talk about what it means that there's the makings of a new American people. And what I wanted to illustrate is that the role of civilization of these artists, this creativity, this imaginary, as we've been discussing, is indispensable to that future, to the healing of our nation, and also the remaking of it. So last, I think I'll speak about these three photographs in particular because I chose them for a reason. But I was really grateful for this photograph because I hadn't thought so much about it at the time, but when I looked back to it, I realized it meant a lot to me. And it's because I had taken him, and we were still meeting at the Historic Church of the Advocate. And that was the first morning that we had seen Serafina's new painting, which she had painted directly into the church, the walls of the church. And you could see figures like Paul Robeson and Diane Nash. I don't know if you want to add, Serafina, but leaders of the freedom struggle who, it was just a beautiful mural. And for me, the way it filled the room and it filled it with light, this was taken during one of our free school discussions, but I think it just goes to show that we're operating from the mind and the heart, always with what we do. This was during the screening of Free School's first documentary, which was dedicated to leaders of the African struggles for liberation in the 20th century. And this had also really moved me because this is a photo of 2022 and it could not have been a photo of 2019, which shows in some ways how quickly the free school transforms and how great the capacity is of the people in a free school to struggle and to really contribute. Our first documentary. And then last is, this photo represents our developing relationship with the Nation of Islam. And this in particular was a really beautiful moment because student minister Abel Muhammad, he and his family and his friends of the church had taken us through a neighborhood garden that day that was for the people in many ways, in the neighborhood of Woodlawn, Chicago. And in some ways it felt like a simple thing, but I knew it wasn't. It felt like a historic meeting to me, and that's why I had taken that photograph, and I was so moved by how dignified everyone looked that day. So this is really just an introduction, but I invite you all to look at the journal as well.
No, I appreciate what you said because you deserve it. You deserve it. Because what you said about the documentaries is that as long as you're willing to try, you know what I mean? like to be better. That's what's important, more than it is about like political dogma or intellectual, like the intellectual pursuit. It's about that courage, in a sense, that I think any person really has, but it's, it's scary to go into that well of like, facing yourself and dealing with the responsibility that each and every person really takes. But it's exciting. And similarly with the mural, like the building of the Church of the Advocate is a difficult building because it's been around so long. And it has its own struggles, meaning the wall fell down like maybe a month, not even that long after, like right outside of, on the outside of that building, the wall had crumbled. So I was like, oh, this makes sense. Like murals, yeah, the one I do, it's easy to feel bad about stuff. But at the same time, it had more to do with, the end of one particular moment and the beginning of another. And that's also okay. Because that mural probably still is there, bringing water damage or whatever. As long as it's done, then you can move forward with it being done. Not solely the painting, but what is meant with the painting or your photos or what's being said to stand for the truth, period.
Right.
As long as it's being done is important. But the Black Reconstruction, I have a small statement here, which you guys can read at leisure, but it's more to do, what I want to say really is what you kind of are, I'm kind of echoing you in the fact that this is a project that I always wanted to do. I feel like coming to free school, for me, we came at free school at different times, but it's something that I know that I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not supposed to be doing anything else. And I believe in the beginning of a new epoch, can there be complete creative and intellectual freedom based upon, again, an honest analysis of the moment in history and of philosophy. And I think throughout our times, it seems so simple, we just come into free school and we discuss not only what's happening in the world, but we read Du Bois. And something, it all happens to all of us. Something happens to all of us where we synthesize it internally, and our personalities take up what we admire about the revolutionaries that we study, and we become them. And that's all in the consideration of the moment in time that we were born. Meaning, it's not easy to, it's not, I wouldn't say it's not easy, but I think that our specific time produces people that, each time have produced people in a certain way, and you work through what the time and yourself in that moment really kind of means, if that makes sense, which it probably doesn't. Okay, I'm so glad, because telling them being don't make sense, anyway. So the other thing I want to say is just the story with the painting, which is exciting, because I always like telling stories, and I think it's either an ego thing, where I want to be great and I want to do great things, or so anyway, so basically the thing is where and it okay, I'm a little goofy, I'm sorry. So I'm basically saying that Du Bois is telling the story of Black Reconstruction and the emergence of the Black proletariat, and that's the fun part about it. Actually, when you work on it, I think I did that first. The portraits were just the more technical, whatever, get it right kind of thing. But like these people are like, oh, let me open the doors, what are y'all talking about? And then, you know, that's what I'm describing with this section, where Du Bois is like, thank you, explaining the story. And it kind of starts on both sides. And so I'm saying that a couple things going on. The slave here that's chained to a KKK member, right? Metaphor, white dude, whatever. Because ultimately, the people who were either enslaved and brought here, or white people who came here on voluntary, are ultimately tied to each other. And you see slaves that are, kind of huddling around what you don't see, which is not well done, I'm sorry. Like a lamb which is supposed to be an example of the body of Christ. And behind that scene is there, a mother kind of figure in my mind, which is, facing the fact that a man is being lynched. And that symbolism is also adherent to the crucifixion and that kind of thing. And so, I think so there's like that kind of struggle between like KKK, slaves, and then these people are like reading them like the newspaper, and they're like, oh, there's freedom, So it comes down this way, where slaves are emerging again and running past Abraham Lincoln, who is writing the Emancipation Proclamation, right? So I'm making it complicated. There's a sentence in the 3rd chapter of Black Reconstruction where Du Bois writes that Edward Ruffin, shot the first gun of the Confederate. He's a Confederate Army general or whatever, but he didn't know that his shots would free the slaves, if you will. So that metaphor is also to say, like, he's shooting at Abraham Lincoln, writing the Emancipation Proclamation. Okay, so the slaves are like running past, and I'm trying to explain here the intermingling of white and black blood and relationships and how we're one people anyway. And it comes to a scene of an auction block. This slave is kind of more in the background, but he's offering, like, at this point, do we give all the loaves of bread, which will, are symbolic for the tribes of Israel, and one I did include because of our involvement with the Nation of Islam and influence, the 13th tribe of Shabazz, or towards the armies of freedom, which slaves are running toward. And this synthesis or transfiguration, which I was kind of riffing off of a speech that King had done, when he had talked about how David was unable to make the temple for Solomon and pass it on to Solomon, but the building of the temples of, like, all of the tribes or whatever, was actually done by a new person who took in leadership. In this case, I assumed parallel with King. But I was kind of riffing off of that idea, and that transfiguration is that new human being born, that struggle. So that's why it goes up like that. And the Emancipation Proclamation is, it's making or changes into the Belt and Road Initiative to make a kind of metaphoric and political point. That what is on the table for the struggle for freedom at this point, and to accept the fact that we're not only one people, but that we are on a stage of world history where epochs can shift, and that we're struggling to also be a part of world humanity. And that's why I parallel the Belt and Road Initiative idea more than an actual road with the Highway 80, which is in Alabama in the civil rights movement. And that's why I put also, well, this person is Ibrahim Tahor in Africa, so he's one of the new, younger generation of people who are emerging out of the struggle, I guess, against neocolonialism in a way. And this time with James Lawson, Carter King, and Diane Nash, who's holding the immortal trial. And this is Fred Shuttlesworth and Gandhi, because he's also the basis of the civil rights movement. But that's how that went down. And I only did it this way because I hope there's going to be a second one. How that will go, I'm not sure, but that's the plan.
Thank you, Tiff and Michelle, for walking through your artwork. Thank you also for everyone for standing up and kind of bearing with us through this initial part. Now we're going to go transition to the round table, so you can take your seats. We're also going to have John, Eddie, Emily, Kathy also come up to the front.
Great job. I don't know. Great job to you. I'm glad it's adorable. Yeah, I like the story too. The story's the best. Action packed. Yeah, that's true. My day.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to continue to give us more insight into the contents of this beautiful journal that we just launched. First, I'll give you guys just the titles and brief summaries of some of the, all of the articles, and then we'll have a chance to actually hear Kathy and Emily discuss their articles. Just give us the essence of what was produced, so you guys understand what this journal is about, and then have a chance for some questions and answers from the audience as well. So we have Dr. Anthony Montero's article, Science, the Black Proletariat and Revolution, celebrating the 50th anniversary of Henry Winston's Strategy for Black Agenda. This was what we discussed yesterday, actually, in the Science Roundtable, where Doc really did some groundbreaking work to probe the deep structure of Winston's mind and investigate the generative power of his thinking. It presents science not only as a way to know the world, but as an active enterprise to change it. And it clarifies that science is not an elite endeavor, but is a part of and belongs to all people. We also have Nuri Ye's article, Civilization, a Concept for the Future of Humanity, which introduces the concept of civilization as a liberatory category of thought and also a property of humanity. It explores its significance for the American people through the ideas of Du Bois, King, Robeson, and Baldwin. I wrote an article called Latinos Belong in the Struggle for Freedom, where I guess I connect my life experience to the lives and history of other people of Latin American ancestry, and I explain that we belong in the struggle to fulfill the Black freedom struggle of America, enjoying the Afro-Asiatic reconfiguration of the world. I do so by explaining that these are universal concepts that have a specific expression for our lives and history. They are the natural expression of our culture and values, which will liberate us with the rest of humanity. Jahan wrote, The Counter-Revolution of Gerald Horne, Empiricism, Mechanical Materialism, Cultural Nationalism in Service of the Elites. So since the 2016 election and the launch of the 1619 Project, Gerald Horne, a professor at the University of Houston, really emerged as a prominent analyst of race and left-wing politics. So Jahan explains that despite Gerald Horne's background in the Communist Party USA and his prolific writings on Black communists, he is really purveying a new form of nationalism in the left-wing garb that serves the ruling elite in this time of crisis. And of course, we have Jeremiah's article on Normal Finkelstein's book, Burnt Bridges Leave No Way Forward. Really, this is the time when Americans, especially young people, are searching for an ideological alternative to the ruling elite. And the ideas of Normal Finkelstein are really pulling a lot of people in. So Jeremiah critiques his book called I'll Burn That Bridge When I Get to It. Really, this book, as explained to me by Jeremiah, covers the culture war that what he refers to, which is issues of cancel culture and identity politics. And Jeremiah does a great job of explaining how Finkelstein remains trapped really in a perpetual state of reaction to woke elites. And in sinking to their level, he proves unable to provide moral or political clarity to those who earnestly seek it from him. And of course, we saw up there on the art exhibit, Serafina's painting that's part of a series on Black Reconstruction. This one's called The Black Worker in World Peace. And Michelle's beautiful photo art exhibit called Finding the Free School, a photography retrospective on the life of a free school. And yeah, now I want to turn it over to Kathy so that she can give us the spirit and essence of her beautiful article, Free Jazz Communism, Archie Shepp, Philadelphia, and the World.
Well, let me just say it's a great honor to be here to be able to speak to you all about my article. It doesn't even feel like my article because I feel like we started this endeavor earlier this year and it just emerged out of so many conversations we had that it made me really reflect as I came to prepare for this presentation or this brief overview of the article that I really don't think I would have conceived of, let alone accomplished something like this without having moved to Philadelphia 3 years ago and discovered the city's vast legacy of struggle, especially the Black freedom movement and this rich jazz heritage that has through the Free School. And so I just wanted to say I'm really grateful to the Free School, everyone in it, but also the city and all the luminaries and working people that have made the city what it is. And I'm also really grateful to everyone who keeps that spirit alive so that young people can inherit it for today as a gift to remind us of the courage that we need to imagine a new future and come together to be able to build it. And so I didn't grow up listening to a lot of jazz, but it was really since coming to become a part of Free School that I became immersed in this idea that jazz, especially free jazz or avant-garde jazz, was the music of intellectuals and revolutionaries in the 60s and 70s, in the ascendancy of the civil rights movement and the world anti-colonial struggles. It just filled me with a lot of questions like, what exactly did that mean? How do you begin to conceive of a music as a new language or futuristic vision for even to be able to express the demand for liberation, but also something that we desperately also need for our times. And so that only became more compounded when one of my Free School colleagues shared the 2019 book, Free Jazz Communism, which is published in 2019 by Finnish Press. And it thoroughly examined and documented this nearly forgotten story of the 25-year-old Archie Shepp, who is an avant-garde saxophonist who hails from Germantown, North Philly, and his bandmates of what was then the Archie Shepp Bill Dixon Quartet. They had traveled to perform at the World Festival for Students and Youth in 1962 and in Helsinki, Finland. And I found this to be really electrifying because for a very long time, I'd always wanted to learn more about what it was like to be at one of these festivals. which was held every few years during the ascendancy of the world communist and peace movements. And it would, invite tens of thousands of young people, artists, political leaders from progressive and socialist countries to gather, to share their cultures and struggles with one another. There would be performances, parades, but also these discussions and conferences that the more I discovered, the more I felt like Free School was trying to live up to essentially that spirit. And that one of the discussions that we had, Doc, was just that if we lived during that time, that we would want to be at one of these things. And it's something that I just think, young people naturally want a place to get to know each other and want to be able to talk about the revolution or shared revolutionary task of the path forward that's needed for the world. And so, in particular, the 1962 festival, I was feeling not only Archie Shepp was there, but also Angela Davis had made every effort to be there as well. And youth from Cuba, the Soviet Union, China, Korea, Algeria, Mali, and other recently liberated countries across the world had been there in attendance. And just a year prior, the assassination of Patrice Lumumba of the Congo and the illegal Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba really incensed the world, and that was just on everyone's mind at a conference like that. And something I was thinking about this morning, that if something like this had happened, I think Palestine and the youth of Palestine would be the question to be discussed at something like this. And so, going back to the article, or the effort to put something together to begin investigating this, I also was filled with the question, who were these young musicians and what gave Archie Shepp and his compatriots the courage and ingenuity to pursue this pioneering new music? From where did they trace their roots and what tradition were they following in? How did it come to be that this music also fits so aptly into the times and the spirit of that gathering, and just be able to fit in as an articulation of this future that this worldwide movement was collectively imagining? And so the book definitely was a good place to start, but I do think what I needed to uncover was through talking with people like Doc, but also Ransom and many others who have intimately know how North Philly furnished such a rich life world of the Black proletariat, and in many ways shaped the imaginaries of these artists as they came up in a city like this. But also this would of course include not only Archie Shepp, but John Coltrane and Lee Morgan and so many others. And the more I delve into this, the more we were beginning to talk about something, a new concept, the Black proletariat imaginary. And I just felt like that was the key to be able to understand how these, how not only is it through jazz, but also through the blues or the sorrow songs or the spirituals. Sorrow songs is what Du Bois calls them, are also pillars of this imaginary. And I do believe this is one of the pieces that furnish such a courage or vision for somebody like Archie Shepp, who was 25 years old when he went to the festival, to just take up this music. And so the more I think we talked about this, I also realized, we're on a panel, we're here launching a journal whose inspiration, this title is inspired by avant-garde jazz, avant-garde being the title, of course. And so I think it became very clear that there was something that we're all taught by the ruling class, that art and politics, and especially jazz, should remain separate from politics and struggle. But in this episode of history, the opposite is true, that Archie Shepp felt that it was incredibly important that as a young avant-garde artist, his musical practice and philosophy led him to take very revolutionary stances. That it was very important to be openly aligned with communism at the height of anti-communism. And so there's something there that I think we begin to, as young people, knowing that some of these institutions that would have nurtured jazz in the city, or even the institutions of the world communist movement, peace movement, are no longer necessarily with us, that there's something of a spirit that we can always, as young people, inherit and learn from. And I think that is something that I wanted to, think of more about in terms of dedicating this article for, and obviously the journal is also in dedication to young people and how this history can imbue them with a rekindled sense of capacity and desire for unity and courage to just seize the moment of this time of collapse and a war-hungry and culturally staid ruling class Western order, and instead, find a new language to renew ourselves as human beings and as Americans to build a new world and a new civilization. I mean, I'm just really also eager to hear what kinds of questions or discussions we're about to have, because this is just I'm not done thinking about this. I think there's just so much here. And so, I'm just really humbled right now to be able to, have this conversation with everyone.
So my article's title is Trotskyism, a Warning to the Young Generation. And I don't want to go too much into detail because I found this article really difficult to write because I think Trotskyism, specifically the article focuses on its new form, which I'm calling neo-Trotskyism in the article. And the reason why it was difficult to write is because it's also a very difficult political position or phenomena to even name or identify. The reason why, and it was interesting because oftentimes groups that I identify as neo-Trotskyist they don't even name themselves as Trotskyist. But the thing is their political positions are really not that dissimilar from classical or traditional Trotskyism of the 20th century. The ones that took a stand against Stalin and the Soviet Union, as well as anti-colonial national liberation movements around the world when they existed. And so in the article, I first talk about how neo-Trotskyism in its new form is very similar to classical Trotskyism in 3 to 4 pretty strong ways. One is their commonality of thinking that revolution is spontaneous. So a concept called permanent revolution, the belief that, first of all, that revolution doesn't require preconditions, the building of unity of the people to put a real challenge to the ruling elite, but also this belief that constantly looking to oppose something rather than having the priority be on building unity of the people. The second is Trotskyism and neo-Trotskyism's shared political position of their opposition to peace, to world peace. And that's both theoretical and in practice. And then the third is their racism, specifically the dismissal of the centrality of the Black proletariat in this country and their contribution, their centrality to basically the American revolutionary process in this country.
Right.
So I know that was a lot, and I think this whole article came about because I never really knew who Trotsky was, what Trotskyism was, but I definitely knew that there were political positions among the American left that I found very strange. And so the article lays it out almost, I wanted it to be more of case studies, where I go through 3 very specific phenomena or examples of the first being there was this Rage Against the War Machine rally back in this past February, which was built around key demands against the CIA, against the deep state, against war, and it was a very broad political coalition of people and groups who were looking to basically tell Biden, calling the Ukraine war a proxy war of the American state rather than being a war of self-determination. And so it was odd because suddenly all these leftist groups had opposed this groups like Answer Coalition, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and Black Alliance for Peace, groups that were explicitly saying they're so very serious about a peace movement, but then they were taking such a strong stand against this event, Rage Against the War Machine. So I talk about how their political position, that thing of opposing, feeling the need to oppose Rage Against the War Machine, to the extent of even organizing their own version of their own version of a peace rally in March, same location, Washington, D.C. I basically say it's neo-Trotskyist. The second example is the internal conflict in the Amazon labor union. So Amazon labor union, I talk about how there's this big, there's this phenomena, or there's this phenomena that there's a new wave of militant labor, a labor wave, and specifically Amazon labor union was a very outstanding example of organizing the unorganized. Behemoth company, to this day, there's only one facility that has successfully won a union election, which is in Staten Island, the JFK 8 warehouse, led by Chris Smalls, this very brilliant Black leader who was fired in 2021 for leading a walkout of the facility. And recently, it was very odd because just 1 year after winning their union election, a caucus called the Democratic Reform Caucus, so Amazon workers from that facility suddenly had created this caucus to oppose the leadership of Chris Smalls. And it was very odd because suddenly, even in the media, especially in the left media, there was a 180 on Chris Smalls, this leader who was the only person to lead the unionization effort of an Amazon facility. Turns out a lot of the members of this Democratic Reform Caucus were actually SALTs. So SALT is a term, a SALT is someone who purposely takes up a certain job to basically lead an organizing drive at that facility. So they take up the job purposely to unionize the facility. It's a tactic that's been employed by a lot of labor unions throughout history. But here you have a lot of self-proclaimed socialists purposely moving from places like California, New Jersey, and they say it so in the press, to work in the Amazon facility just to unionize it. And here they are, they helped unionize JFK 8, and suddenly now they have formed a caucus claiming that Chris Smalls, this leader who played a huge role in organizing this facility, that he is an illegitimate president, that they should have a new election. And so the whole purpose of this caucus is to oust this president who many people suspect will no longer follow the demands of the SALT. And so I also connect that to neo-Trotskyism, this belief, first of all, the belief that we do not want to follow Black leadership. Second of all, this belief that as a young socialist or radical, that you possibly know better than the rank and file workers, and that you should be the ones leading the workers in revolution and in movement. The third example is really just about this trend, the current day, the pervasiveness of dismissing the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King Jr., the watering down of his legacy. And this is where Henry Winston is such a huge, important figure in calling explicitly Martin Luther King Jr. a revolutionary leader, someone who understood that ultimately the struggle for civil rights had to be broadened and heightened to an advanced struggle that connected the struggles for national liberation, Black liberation, and a world struggle for peace. And so I also talk about how the reason why I think a lot of young people today have turned against Martin Luther King Jr. on purpose, or being taught that he was just a moderate or a reformist, or that he led the failure of what could have been a freedom movement, that he's the reason to blame for Black people going to the Democratic Party, today's Democratic Party, which upholds war policies. All of that is part of Trotskyism and this new form of Trotskyism's racism. And a lot of that I also got from Doc's article, Trotskyism, Racist Voice of the Left. The belief that white workers, their struggle is class struggle. Black workers, they handle race, they handle the struggle against racism, rather than there being a united working class struggle, black and white together, fighting white supremacy, which is just as much of an ideological chain that must be broken and destroyed for white and black workers together. And so there's a lot more in that. But at the end of the day, what I really want to say with this article is that I think it's such a shame for young people today. I think it is not a coincidence that neo-Trotskyism is something all these young people who are looking for a radical alternative of how to see themselves or the world and engage in activism. A lot of them are college educated. A lot of them gain this knowledge of basically the assumptions of neo-Trotskyism and the political positions of neo-Trotskyism from their universities or groups associated with the universities is, it's such a shame because they are looking for a radical framework to understand how to be an agent of change, only for that default radical framework in today's times when there's such ideological emptiness, they default to neo-Trotskyism. And so that leads to oftentimes empty protests, no sense of the long game, no sense of that you already have an organic connection to the people, which is rooted in love for yourself, love for humanity, that your relationship to working people does not have to be through trying to lead them as if you know more, to invade community spaces and destroy them inside out, anything from the unions to progressive spaces to even at this point electoral politics. And so to me, it was both me wanting to politically name neo-Trotskyism, but also it was a way for me to tell, I got this from Jeremiah because we had a conversation. It's me also telling young people who are very similar to me to say, we deserve better. And what we deserve is a revolutionary inheritance that we already have. That is king.
Yep.
And is the Black freedom movement. And I, especially in today's times, we want to feel proud of ourselves, proud of our own generation, because we believe that we have a contribution to make in the democratic struggle for a new nation. And so this was me naming neo-Trotskyism as a huge issue among especially young leftists, young people who are looking to see the world differently than what white society gives them.
That was beautiful, man. I hope you guys get a good look at the article again. And now we get to do some questions and answers. I want to ask some questions more about the purpose of the journal before moving on to general themes and topics, we will have the audience especially encouraged to participate at that point. So moving on to some questions about the purpose of the journal. I mean, there's a lot going on in this country right now and internationally that demands our attention. There's also really a lot of media out there that exists already, so many news outlets, commentary, podcasts that are all fighting for your attention online. So, it's worth asking, what does this journal bring to the table that's missing from the discussion? What is how is the journal responding to new developments that exist? Why does anyone need a journal, and why this journal?
I can start. I feel like actually the best way to answer that is through the articles that Emily and Kathy talked through, because we feel, first of all, very strongly that it's almost like part of the reason why we decided to launch this journal is because if you're familiar with Free School, we meet every Saturday. We are constantly developing ideas. We're also constantly developing as people. And also, as Michelle captured so beautifully in her photos, there's a life world in Free School. But it's like above that life world, there's like a constellation of ideas that we really want to share with people, which we feel like is like I can't find it anywhere else. And just the fact that we're able to cover stuff like free jazz, to Trotskyism, to also basically trying to break ground on new forms of art, a new language for art, all of that stuff. I think I feel very strongly, and I know all of us feel very strongly, that this is something that we want to share with people, because, yeah, actually this came up yesterday in the neocolonialism panel, where people were asking, especially with the Israel-Gaza war, a lot of young people are turning to alternative media sources, which is great, because I think it reflects the collapse of the legitimacy of the mainstream media, of the corporate media, and essentially of the ruling class. But there's a deeper question related to that, which is not just where will you get your information from, but where will young people especially find ideas that will allow them to free themselves and to find a way out of this crisis. And this is our contribution to that. And yeah, I don't know. I really hope that people are able to, I don't know, just take a look through the journal. And yeah, I think that's partially why. But
Well, I also think something really special about this journal is, like, I really like in the mission statement our emphasis on, we begin with the values of science and courage. And for me, science, I mean, this whole conference on Henry Winston, like, science is not something abstract or defined by quantitative values, whether you know this or that. Science is something that young people already have, young people, children and youth who are curious to understand the world because they want to know and they want to make themselves and what's around them better. But especially I love the value of courage, because something that I think really stands out in this journal is when we talk about intellectualism, like wanting to write something, wanting to know, like I think sometimes people think that writing and reading at this point is lame or something. But the thing is, for us, we do it because we want to have, like, we want to share this confidence in the future with other people. And we want to share the optimism we have about the future. Like, and I think a lot of places, I don't think you get that confidence and optimism from a lot of sources. And I think the framework from which we write everything and we put together art, we make art, and the way we try to be witnesses of society, we also want people to know that it's like, to know that you should be confident in the future because you are already here and you have the heart and the mind that just has to be nurtured, and we can do it together. And I don't know, I just want to emphasize that thing of courage, like the courage to be optimistic, the courage to know that we can change the city, that, and like this is something I think you say all the time, Jeremiah, but this thing of like, we have an inheritance. It's already with us in this country, and no one can take that away for as long as we value it.
Well, just because that's true, like the natural thing, not like, because as children, you want to make things better. I really liked when you said that, because that's the inclination, or it's highlighting a certain tendency. But what happens when we're not being told the truth and instead falter in our own, kind of either insecurities, as this, or the feeling that there is no way out, which is essentially what the ruling elite wants us to believe. What happens is a certain the outgrowth of what is produced by young people become not, or it tries to make sense of what you're saying would be in us, but we can't completely understand what its ultimate arc could birth, really, or become in reality. And I think that the Avant-Garde journal, the courage aspect is important because we believe in the truth. And we know that we can use like what it means, and we see ourselves a part of truth. Like we're not separate from it. Whether that be with King, like we see ourselves in King, we see ourselves in the civil rights movement, meaning like Diane Nash, even if she is in Chicago, is also inside me. And when she told Kennedy that she wrote her will, meaning, Kennedy had called Diane Nash, and the story continues with her telling her, well, I'm ready to die, that I'm also ready and willing to give my life for the freedom of everyone and the world, really, because we deserve it. And the Avant-Garde Journal for me, and meaning like really free school, means a lot, because it'll be the source where, like Winston was saying, out of what was it, the truth? We drink from the fountain of truth wherever it springs. Free school will also be the source of this fountain, and so will Avant-Garde.
Well, I would just like to say the title, I think, is revealing on this question. I mean, as my colleagues have already discussed, avant-garde, peace, democracy, and science. The latter part, peace, democracy, and science. Of course, the struggle to reclaim science for humanity, which they have discussed, we've discussed today. And then, of course, putting that together with peace and democracy, how that must be what science is about. And you cannot separate the science from this struggle for peace and democracy. And that is, to my knowledge, there's no platform out there that has that vision. And the first part, avant-garde, I think I'm understanding it more and more. I think through this conference, one thing that I thought occurred to me is that I think in avant-garde jazz, for example, I think that what happens is that you have all these instruments and all these players that are in this very creative, often non-linear, but definitely creative conversation, often a creative call and response. And I think that what we are trying to do is have that kind of creative conversation with the people. This is not a journal, in terms of an academic journal, where we are saying, oh, we are experts on this and this is the answer. No, it's just, first of all, a collective process of the free school and our collective work together, researching these things in the ways in which the free school relates to the people and learns from the people. And that is the kind of relationship and the vision that we have with the journal. So hence the name and what we, I think, hope to achieve with that in terms of discussion with the audience. And so I think that's a major reason. And of course, over the years, as we've developed these ideas, I think we've had very few platforms left to write in. I think many times we've wanted to write articles and so on, and there's nobody willing to publish them because of the kind of ideological conformity and repression that's happening.
Just to add one more note, I think that so much of what already exists out there is designed for this, is designed for consumption. It feeds into the prevailing attitude that culture is meant to be cheap, fast, decadent, cynical, and it's something that you consume like candy or chips. And it does that to you. It's toxic, it's poisonous. I think what's distinctive about avant-garde, and I agree with what everyone has said, is that it's generative, it's optimistic, it's beautiful, frankly, and it's transformative. Like, I think all truthful ideas in art are, it's something that will elevate, and I believe it will be a contribution. It's night and day. I think it's night and day from what already exists out there.
Wait, let me say something. No, because I was reminded by the King speech, but if not, when he's talking, well, you have to stand for the truth. But the way he said it was, he set it up with like the three, what is it? Thank you. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You know I'm saying this all wrong, I'm sorry. But no, because he's saying that, he was saying that, well, the three or I had just read it just to rewrite it, but the words "but if not" kind of ring in my head, so I had to read it just now. But he said, well, they had done a civil disobedience, where he said that instead of I guess adhering to the king that is present, he or they adheres to the king, which in our case, or their case as well, is also the king of truth, the king of freedom. And I just wanted to say that because when I'm sitting here with you all, I always feel a level that even I didn't know really, like if I consciously were to think about it, that I really would be sitting here. And this kind of journal, or the people in free school even of itself, probably was the one thing that the ruling elite wanted to dissuade from happening completely. And it's very specific, the conundrum that we are still yet bringing to this moment in history, which is although or despite the pressures that we emerge from and the crisis of neocolonialism, that there's still this human need for freedom and truth. That's why Palestine, that's why the Palestinians had created what they had created of Gaza. That's why North Philadelphia looks the way it does. Not solely because, of the lack of jobs or the guns or the drugs, but the absolute beauty of Black people and the absolute use of their own self-worth and dignity, that, the striving that every day I will still achieve my freedom. I will still achieve democracy. That's the core or the chord that we also strike. And it might seem an impossibility, but in fact, standing for something that isn't in our face, which is freedom, standing for something that we foresee, and trusting our vision, trusting the truth. I think that's almost the most, or the thing, rather than, because I think that part of the, kind of world guys, the thing that we were told is that, well, get a job, get a house, make sure you're okay. But for me personally, and this is my personal journey to the free school, and it involved with dealing with my sense of purpose. It involved with dealing, what do I mean in this world and why am I here? That's the first thing on my mind. I don't know if that was anybody else's, but I acted upon it. And that's also why, at least being here with everybody and celebrating basically the truth and striving for it is important, because if we answer, or throughout any portion of our own struggles where we didn't think that we could make it, was still a certain sense that if not, what would happen to us? And that's also part of the cost of doing the avant-garde, because it needs to be done.
So yeah, there's a lot that obviously went into this, and really I want to bring that back to even the title of the journal, which relates to its purpose, Avant-Garde, a journal of peace, democracy, and science. The two things that really stand out to me immediately just from our conversation, it's of democracy. The way Michelle talked about it being a generative process, at a time when the ideas of the ruling elite are being rejected by the people, it's an opportunity and really the responsibility of the American people to decide what we want to do with our future, what we are going to do for the children of the next generation. And so being a journal of democracy is an invitation, in my mind, to begin this conversation and think and work these ideas out together. And of course, people like myself probably have questions about the word avant-garde, being rather unfamiliar with jazz up until getting to know all of you beautiful people. So if you guys could speak more about the whole title of the journal, it would help a lot.
Yeah, I think Jahan already addressed it a bit, but the title Avant-Garde was Doc's suggestion, and it was something that we talked about for a while actually. And similarly to Kathy and maybe other people, for me, the word avant-garde it didn't immediately signify maybe the things that it signifies for people who grew up listening to people like Archie Shepp, for instance. For me, as like a young person, the word avant-garde, like the image that it conjures up is of just like art in museums, like MoMA, that has no relevance and is basically like spitting in your face by telling you that you're stupid or something. And I think knowing the tradition of the avant-garde that actually has existed within this country and the ethos of it and the philosophy of it is such a crime that has been done to this concept. And yeah, we say this in the mission statement, but one thing I really want to emphasize is that oftentimes when the word avant-garde is used, it kind of is implied or it's said that avant-garde means that you're ahead of people, that you are trying to, basically trying to see yourself as being ahead of the people, but we're trying to put this back and to say, we are conceiving of the avant-garde by saying the people are already in motion, but what is necessary is we want to be a force which is for the forward movement of the people. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what we feel like we bring to the table, which is not to say we're ahead of the people, but like, if there's no other place that exists, we want to be, as much as we can, we want to contribute to be a force for the forward movement of the people who are already in motion. The American people are already seeking to basically remake the country in so many different ways. And yeah, just to also comment on the peace, democracy, and science thing, you said it really beautifully, and just the way that I understand it is, in some ways, you can look at these terms of peace, democracy, and science as the demands of this time, in the sense that what the American people are crying out for is peace, whether it's from Gaza to Ukraine, all of these wars, and then also the cry for democracy, which is, as Eddie said, the American people have already lost faith in the ruling class, but the question is, how will the American people become the ones who can actually govern a new society? How can they become essentially the ones who will implement a new democracy? And so both peace and democracy are demands for this time, and science as well, in that, like, I think we talked about this yesterday a bit, but science referring to this broader effort in a time of crisis, how can people come together and actually think and actually look for a way forward in a way which is not just, as Emily said, like not just a spontaneous thing, but is actually the conscious actions of the people. And so that's kind of how I see it in terms of why we named it also peace, democracy, science, because these are demands of this time. And this is us trying to answer that call, because it's like, who else, like, what will happen if no one answers that call? And the last thing I want to say is there's actually Serafina referred to this too when you said, what was it, like truth in the holster of truth?
Oh,
Yeah. I really like the way you said that, because something we've talked about in the Free School, which comes from Martin Luther King, is this idea of love being the sword that heals. And this is something that I've thought a lot about, because I think there is a tendency amongst many young people, when you're basically surrounded by all of this propaganda, all these messages that come at you, it's like you kind of become almost like you're trying to protect yourself, also you become very defensive. And you become essentially like someone like Norman Finkelstein, who I talk about in my review. You become like basically reactionary because you're trying to, like fend off all of these things. But what we're trying to really do is to wield love and truth as weapons that heal people. And this is part of, for me, what it means also. I think someone had said this in preschool a while ago, but what does it mean for us to go on the ideological offensive? And for me, this journal is the way that we go on the ideological offensive, not in a way where we're trying to put off people, or we're trying to be like, oh, like we know better than you, like Johan was saying, but in a way that we want, just what everyone here has been saying, like we want to wield ideas, love, truth in a way that can actually heal people, bring people together, instill them with the confidence that actually we are the ones who can actually be part of changing the society. And we can't leave it to anyone else. But it's really, especially, like our generation's task, and I just want to agree with what Emily said, where sorry, I know I'm talking long, but something that I've been feeling very strongly these past few weeks with the Israel's genocidal war on Gaza and the reaction to it amongst young people is, it's very strange, and I don't know if other people feel this way, but it's one of the first times that I felt as a young person that, oh, maybe our generation can do it. Because I haven't been sure, because we've been misled and duped and lied to for so long, basically all of our childhood and adolescence, with these ideas like neo-Trotskyism that Emily talks about. And I think part of me has always wondered, oh, can our generation do it? Can we rise to the task? Can we become worthy of humanity, basically? And this, basically what we've been seeing for the past few weeks with the response of the young generation in America in particular to the Israeli genocide against the people of Palestine, it's the first time I was like, oh, maybe we can do it. And it's a very strange feeling, but it's like, like I want to be proud to be part of this generation. And this is part of our, this is our contribution to that. And what we hope that it can further, become part of that.
In the interest of time, I'd like to move on to one question before having the audience participation. I mean, it was beautiful how you made it clear that you're responding to the needs of the time and really the needs of the American people. So I want to ask you guys, how did you choose the topics of the articles that were written? What ideas did you feel were important to develop? And I guess how are these articles in both the spirit of the times and for the future?
Mine was funny because I had thought about doing something with the Black Reconstruction, the book itself, because I was like, it would be cool it's kind of like we're in a time where other Michelangelos should come up, and there's different epics that can be made, a different basis of it, not just the Bible and things like that, but Black Reconstruction. So I already had the idea, and then Jeremiah was like, maybe you can do it for the Avant-Garde journal. And that's how that kind of happened. But what I also wanted to say kind of about that is because the painting had depended on, what was kind of going on in the world. Because, or at least, it sounds like it's all this big thing, but it literally, I was dealing with the timing of making it, because this was not the original sketch. But the original sketch had to do with more of like just the narrative in of itself, and I had to develop it. But I had to also consider the moment in history that we're in too. Not just, kind of like word by word, kind of symbolic creative play. How sometimes in those older paintings or Renaissance paintings where they're literally taking out a figure of the Bible and then depicting it and that kind of thing. But instead, I'm considering both the moment that we're in, what we talk about in preschool, and the book itself, basically trying to get to what I'm trying to say, which ultimately becomes the Black proletariat and the world peace, formulation. But
Yeah, actually what Serafina said is interesting because, I think she's a very avant-garde thinker and artist. And I remember when she was talking about the painting, I was looking into different artists with the peace movement, like Picasso and people like that. So I called her and I said, hey, what do you think of painting? People like Picasso, which artist do you have in mind? She said, Michelangelo. I was surprised, but I think it illustrates that our approach in the free school, the thing is that we reject white supremacy, but we believe that the darker peoples have reserved the right to choose what they think is the best of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment and put it into conversation and synthesis from what's come from the darker nations. And I think that's part of the spirit of these articles also, in the ways in which we've been studying Enlightenment philosophy, Kant and Hegel, and putting it together with the ideas emerging from Africa and Asia, and especially the anti-colonial movements. And just as far as the articles, I think for several of us, one thing that inspired us was Winston's strategy for a Black agenda and the idea of critique of new theories of liberation. And the reason that's important is, as we discussed the mission statement, there are ideas that arm the people and there are ideas that disarm the people. And so I think that our critiques of these different figures is not because of our personal animus towards them, but that we feel their ideas are disarming the people, the youth, the angry, and all sections of the people.
I'd like to now open it up to the audience to please ask your questions. The microphone is right there. If you need help, we can bring you one too.
I'm just gonna speak about the avant-garde, like the imagery of, I'm a parent and a grandparent, but my mission in life is that I got children and great-grandchildren, sisters and brothers, and come from really big families, not just the music of the avant-garde. My mom and dad played piano, but the avant-garde and the vanguard, and how that feeling as a parent that I'm hearing, because I wouldn't come to the free school if it wasn't like to rescue my own life out of circumstances and not get mad and just run off, but to be, my diligence in the magazine, the avant-garde journal, it made me think of the United Nations journal, and it makes me think about how come this kind of content, for me, what y'all presented, this is the content, like I'm thinking about the United Nations all the time, but I'm still thinking as a parent. I'm not just Derek Gant. I got daughters, and I care about my children, but I care about what it is that I wanted them to learn. If I was a role model, I'm going to be around model students or people that's modeling their lives upon great principles and great ideas. But so I'm just saying this in my reflection back from y'all. That's what I'm sitting here like, oh my God, because somebody has to come forth out of all these generations, be the model of the avant-garde. Whether I'm not gonna sit here and name the nameless names because there's so many, but this is a remarkable time for my journey in life, being in the free school, meeting Tony. We went to the same junior high school together, okay? We went to the same school that had General Lewis Wagner. It had something about our lives connected to young people. So the only way that I can identify is when young people appear in front of me and they are walking with that content like King spoke of, that is something inside of ourselves that the public, that we go to public schools, need to be taught, they need to be taught and still be in learning. And as a grandparent and a parent, that means the mission for me is that this school it's going to attract parents that care about their children. And I care about my children, I'm telling you. I'm not like an everyday running around person, but I care about where my children go to school. I want the person that's teaching them. And so that's the remarkable moment for me to just, I'm rejoicing inside that the free school is not just a dustbin or you throw things that you don't want to think about. It's something that's part of my whole life. And I'm admirable about free school in many kind of ways. It's personal, but it's a part of y'all life that y'all dedicated to already. So that's my voice for the day.
Just to say something briefly about what Johanna said also, is just because, like, you know, the Antonio Gramsci quote that Dr. talks about all the time. Like
Dying in the news, yet to be born.
the oldest dying in the news, but the new cannot yet be born. Now's the time for monsters. Because what you're saying is, well, new ideas. It's not really the time for monsters. This is the time for masterpieces. I thought
So my question is, while Emily was giving her presentation, I was moved by, the importance of the unity of the people, and it reminded me of something Dr. Montero says about the Communist Party, even when he was a member, which was that white members thought of racism as a struggle for Black people only, not a united struggle with white and Black people, and how young white and Black youth, revolutionary youth today, if you're Black, you're already an oppressed person, and the essence of your identity makes you revolutionary, and if you're white, you need to be ultra-violent, ultra in it, or, the term accomplice, not ally. I wanted to ask you guys, all of you, any of you, in the process of writing for Avant-Garde, you're developing a new methodology, new art, new politics. How did you navigate doing something new while struggling toward the unity of the people? When you're treading new ground, how do you do that?
Okay. Because, you
No,
can
you go for it. You start.
I'll go. I think you might do that.
Go ahead.
You already started it.
Only because where's that? Oh yeah, because for I had to sit on the painting, like literally and like metaphorically, because a lot of meditation goes into it. Like the self, like, okay, if it's not this, then it's this, and if that means that, then well, okay. So then in my mind, what needed to happen is to make sense of what I'm trying to say, and also get to what I'm trying to say. Meaning, like, because I'm only referring to the part of your question about getting to something new. Because that's what I'm so excited about. And so I was like, okay, great. I can, do, because I'm the type of person, or maybe it's because I'm supposed to, feel a certain responsibility to just be fine with using my imagination and not really caring if somebody doesn't know exactly, or I can't relate exactly with everybody. And Baldwin, he talked about this problem that artists have sometimes with wanting to chameleon themselves and become normal, like they're a normal person. And it's kind of funny, because it's like, it's an interesting thing. And I think America does have to figure out where it puts its intellectuals in society and value them. And part of the process is, or what I want to highlight is accepting the fact that the role that you are taking responsibility for, that you feel in your heart as being important, is needed in your relationship with everybody else. Regardless if they knew it or they expected it or if it's there. But once it is there, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, now this, this is relieving from my own personal pain and suffering. Or like I feel where you're coming from, that kind of thing. But
No, why don't we go to?
Oh, well, I'm just gonna add something. Okay. Well, I think that was the like. I thought it was a good question because, well, I think something that your question reminded me of, Samir, is that, my article led me, what's that, closer?
No, he's just telling me to put the mic down.
Okay. It reminded me of a lot of conversations that I think we all had to go through for those of us who, like this year in particular, was a journey in us through the avant-garde jazz world itself. And I think that's something it's just not, it wasn't just me, but I think so many of us grappled with what it meant for avant-garde jazz to represent something new, but also that I think these days, like, how do I say this? That I think some part of jazz for so many people represents also a historic legacy, and that, how do I say, like, that is jazz new or old, basically? It's kind of the question I'm trying to like grapple with, because in some ways, when I think one of the greatest things that we've been able to do as part of the free school is get to know avant-garde jazz through going to concerts held by people as generous as Leo Gadsden and going to concerts like Bobby Zankles and so many others, where it seems like while the audience is also a great deal of our old heads who grew up with this music, and they're so, like, in some ways protective, and that this is something that still gives them life, and there's something about this that's so special. It was not something that I think we as young people would have naturally found, but if we had done so, like, just that question of how to relate to it is something that without the free school, I think we would have come to some kind of principled relationship with jazz, or come to for that spirit to animate our lives in a completely new way. But I think what I remember asking is, like, is jazz something also of the past, or is something basically something that I remember us talking about is, like, and knowing that avant-garde jazz, even during its heyday, it was not a genre that had the largest number of listeners, that so many people were like, that is so far field, like, what happened to the jazz of, like, bebop and soul, and like, what, like, I can't, like, how do you get behind this? But the conversations that we had together through trying to understand this was that avant-garde jazz, like, already basically, like, there's already been a new generation that was born from that moment, or there already has been a generation that could listen to this music, and there's actually, like, we are in that sense descendants of a new generation, and that we can in this time still listen to this music and find something new in it. And in some ways it's like, I'm not getting maybe the exact articulation here, but I do think there's something to be even learned about, like, this endeavor to be able to I mean, maybe it's not as simple as saying, like, we're taking the best from the old and bring it to new. I think there's actually something futuristic about the legacies that we're returning to, and that's why I think even the spirit of Henry Winston that we're celebrating is about not just seeing, like, Henry Winston as a man of, like, the 60s, the 70s, and 80s, but also for our time, but for the future. And I think there's still a lot of lessons to be learned, and I think something that I came to, that I'm excited to hopefully also get to, is the fact that the concept of a new American people or a new American civilization is something that I think you see so clearly in something like free jazz, because I think it demanded a very, like, the other part of your question, Samir, is that in the Communist Party, like, Black and white folk had to find and struggled, and sometimes it was an incomplete, like, transformation, but it's something that they had to find a principled way to relate to one another. And I think of all the, I think free jazz demanded demanded a lot of its listeners, its artists, and it demanded a lot of white people, it demanded a lot of the world, basically. And so I think there's something there that I think we have, that I think these ideas compel us to take up, and especially for this time, but also how much our future sort of depends on it. And so I just wanted to lay that out, all out there, because I think it's very essential to this conversation that we're having, and to not just my article, but everyone's article.
I agree. Can I add something briefly?
We're already over time, so I would like to hear
You could add a response.
two questions from the audience,
That's a good.
and then
yeah, yeah, yeah.
the fusion of the response from the audience.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I just want to say a few things. Over the years, before I started having the visual issues that I did a lot of reading and studying. I did my own cross-cultural study of world religions and various isms and belief systems and what have you. I noted the similarities and differences, and I found that they were equally significant. I also read and studied a lot of history, and I was very attracted to the what I call the underbelly of history, the stuff that is true, but that has been suppressed. And the information, also practice an attitude about information called critical thinking. It's not rocket science, but it's just an attitude about information. I intently listen at anyone, regardless of what I think of it or think I think of it. But I don't take anybody's word for anything, meaning I'm going to check it. And so all of the reading and information that I have processed has taken me way outside of the box. In 1990, I was 35 in 1990, after 35 years of watching television, I stepped away from television. I got rid of the last television that I owned. But what I neglected over the years was a serious political study. And Tony Monteiro. I mean, I heard him pronounce his name that way, so, you know what I mean? And I realized, you know what I mean, he never corrected me, but I realized I was pronouncing it wrong. So Tony Monteiro. Tony invited me, you know, I came. And I attended the last time that y'all met in person at the Church of the Advocate. Man, I was impressed. Number of things I was impressed with. First off, the political analysis, you know, is something that I need, and it's kind of difficult to really get accurate information. The details on what's going on here, the real reason why they're being killed, and not the reason that the system is telling you they're being killed, or whatever. Also, I was very impressed with the people because no matter what I know, that no matter what I know, no matter what my status is, and no matter what the money that I would have, don't get me wrong, I'm making money, but no matter the money that I would have, I know from my own personal experience that I am not better than anyone else. The only difference that I have found in people is that some people find out what they have been endowed with and allow the conscious awareness of what they're endowed with to transform their being. And then they switch gears and serve to the community and the world. And some people you can literally go through your whole life and not do that and not really know what you came here with and what you came here to do. But I'm not better than another person that didn't do that or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. Now, I said that to say this. If you have an Ivy League education, you're a PhD Ivy League, the system wants you to be a snob. The system wants you to be a honorary white person. There's none of that here. None of that. All of the women, nobody is dyeing their hair. So see, what that means is, because everything that humans do is reasons why you do what you do, reason why you don't do what you do. So the sense of self or dignity or whatever, you know, I'm saying all these kind of things to say that I was also very impressed with that. Real humility when you, I mean, it's not that you don't know what you know, and it's not that you don't know the significance of the elite education that you have and all of that. But there's quote unquote bullshit humility and there's real humility. And that's what I've been experiencing, real humility. So I'm probably going to be a fixture here because, like I said, I neglected. I want a semblance of clarity. I want to know the exact complex nature of what has happened and what is happening, and I'm getting it that here. So that coupled with all the other stuff that I know, that I've learned, you know, I mean, it's really helping me. So that's why I'm here. So.
Okay, yeah, we're doing overtime, so I'll make this quick. But one thing that I was thinking about just throughout the entirety of this event, and specifically, you know, the idea of the colloquial sense of the avant-garde, like this idea of just sort of stuffy, meaningless, modern museums, etc., versus sort of the living relationship between, for example, the avant-garde jazz movement and the world peace movement, socialism in the 60s and 70s. My one, it's sort of like a three-pronged question, but so, yeah, so why do we have the distinction between art and politics? What's the relationship between the two? And what can art do that the normal conception of politics, whether that's like community organizing, whatever, cannot? So, yeah.
We're going to combine the questions so we can get everybody to participate. Please ask your question.
I just want to thank you for having the courage and the commitment to bring this project to life. And I want to acknowledge the fact that this is a historic moment and we're all witnessing this.
Victoria, I want to thank you for I'm glad you accepted the game. And I want to address one thing, and I say this with all sincerity, having worked in the Beast and still working in the Beast at a very high level. I mean, I've worked around, I've been to parties with CIA, I've worked in Washington, I've been places that few people get to go, and I still do. The people that were involved in building the architect around the Abraham Accord are friends of mine. One of the things I did as an African American is one of the things I did was I learned a lot from nature shows. I used to love nature shows. And I realized that the predator understood the prey more than the prey understood itself. And so I looked at myself as I wanted to become part of the predator class. So that means I had to understand what it was to be a predator. So the first thing I did was memorize the dictionary. Latin, English dictionaries. And I accustomed myself to understanding their culture. I visited the museums. People would ask me why, and I always would take them back to nature. One of the things that I came to realize, and I did early on working on Wall Street, and what is not being addressed here, there is a metaphysical architecture underneath the material that's not being addressed. They deeply believe that there is a realm that exist outside the material realm that we're talking about. And that's what a lot they deal with. For example, skull and bones, that's real. And there are many iterations of skull and bones, both for men and women. And that is what controls the ruling class. There's something underneath those universities that you're not privileged to, you're not part of. It is real. And it deals with the metaphysical. And I grew up on jazz, bebop, straight ahead jazz. And the reason it was hard to get with avant-garde was because avant-garde is dealing with the metaphysical. Okay? And it's dealing with math. And math is infinite. So avant-garde is infinite.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why people can't deal with avant-garde. Okay? And so what you're challenged with is 5,000 years of history that was lived before you were born. And to quote Cicero, he said that an individual who doesn't understand history will remain a child. So it's really important that you study the ancients, especially Greek philosophy. You know that, because it hasn't left. What we're living out is the embodiment of the debate of Socrates and Plato that has continued on to this very day and present. And so what I want to say is that when you look at history, looking through the prism of a metaphysical political order. When you read the Bible, it deals with a political realm that you can't see into that's metaphysical, good versus evil. And how does it play itself out here on earth? Okay? And you can look at this, I know I'm kind of going off, but really what the spirit realm is, it's the software that's downloaded into us every day. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand the playing field. And it took me a long time to really ascertain what I was dealing with. When you're dealing with people that can do what they do, in Israel, the bombing that you see, what happened to the Native American Indian, that's played out and how they see themselves within the spiritual realm and how it plays itself on earth. I don't mean to get too esoteric, but I'm being honest with you. A lot of young people, you dismiss the religions, you dismiss belief systems at your own peril. If you want to understand what's going on in Israel and understand the conflict, you have to understand the Talmud and the Kabbalah. These are two spiritual books that are behind the Old Testament Bible. And I'm being serious. If you look at Wall Street is, do yourself a favor. Over the next time we meet, next 2 or 3 weeks, do some research about the Talmud and Kabbalah. It's about mysticism, and it's real. And Wall Street and Washington is deeply embedded in the spiritual realm. It's heavy. It's very, very heavy. And I'm not a nut, okay? I'm not being crazy, okay? And what happens is a lot of young people don't understand really what you're dealing with. It's more than what you see in
Excuse me, my brother.
But I'm gonna end it
We're
here.
about half an hour over time. So I wanna-
Nice.
So we'll take Crystal's question, we won't be able to answer, but we will have a
okay.
written discussion during lunch.
You mean this?
I'll make it really, really quick, okay? I just want to say that coming from Los Angeles and like what I'm observing with young people in particular is a level of overwhelm. Like there is so much going on in their lives that they don't feel like they have the capacity to really engage with these types of ideas. A moral apathy, like this actually has absolutely nothing to do with me, and what is the point anyway? I can't do anything about it. And a despair, like maybe there is something I can do about it. It is affecting me, but I don't know what to do. And I really think something like Free School and this journal, at least for me personally, have served as antidotes for those three things. I guess the question I'd like to ask, and it's a question that I'm constantly asking myself, is how does one go about integrating the ideas that you set forth? Like, how does someone actually go about trying to integrate that into their daily lives? What are the underlying assumptions and ideas that maybe we've adopted unconsciously from the ruling elite that need to be uprooted? And what are the seeds that need to be planted in its place? So those are just, I think, what I think about. I'd love to hear from each of you about how that relates to each of your articles. But anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much. A lot of these questions are actually related to the rest of the program, so we're actually going to work them out in much greater detail than we can actually do in this beautiful conversation here. So thank you guys so much. We're going to move on to the next portion, which is the Fourth American Revolution and the New American People, as soon as possible. So thank
People should take their water.
My kids looking
Yeah. Which is really interesting, especially like around like with non-violent philosophy, right? Which I think, but I think But I was really curious about I know.
Start on the next one. But these are actually active questions that are not part of the Q&A. These are prior to the next one. And they're actually questions. The last round. That one, and it's active part of educators from the perspective are asking. So we're going to ask that question. It's not a stupid question. Hello. This one's on? Hello, everyone. Hello, my beautiful friends. We would like to start the next panel and would invite you all to take your seats.
Okay, we're gonna start our first panel of the day after technically the Avant-Garde roundtable. The next panel is titled "The Fourth American Revolution and the Emergence of a New American People." So this panel picks up where we left off yesterday after our neocolonialism and the Afro-Asiatic reconfiguration panel from yesterday, which I already said. But the significance of this panel is its focus on America. So in a time of a crisis of neocolonialism and a crisis of the ruling elite in this country, there are possibilities of a fourth American revolution, an emergence of a new American people, ready to advance the democratic struggle of our country. The last time human agency was at this decisive of a level of seizing and shaping time was the 1960s. And today, like the world historic moment of the 60s, the American people are deciding that it's time to join world humanity in ushering in a new human epoch and for a new nation and civilization to be born. And I know a few of our panelists are going to talk about this as well, but we've discussed this yesterday and we're probably going to continue the discussion today, but what we're seeing in this country, the opposition of young people in particular, but world humanity, and young people in America, especially those of Jewish descent, their opposition to the genocide of Palestinian people, especially the killing of children. People are saying we want no more wars, not in our name. The other big movement today is that recently there was a New York Times poll that showed that what's unprecedented about this time is there is perhaps a movement, particularly around the Trump candidacy. And so the New York Times poll showed that 22% of Black voters in 6 battleground states, including Pennsylvania, said that they would support Trump in 2024. And this is much higher than 8% in 2020. And this is in particular Black men. And what the New York Times said was that a Republican presidential candidate has not won more than 12% of the Black vote in nearly half a century. But what the New York Times was perhaps afraid to say was that actually what is happening is there is a real opposition across many sections of American society against the ruling elite of this country, and a challenging of the Democratic Party, who is upholding and pursuing war against their own people in the world. What perhaps people fear more than the protest vote, what people perhaps fear more is actually the protest vote of not voting at all. Here in Philly, the recent election had 70 to 75% of just registered voters sitting out of the election, and that's a mayoral election. And so I'll end this introduction of the panel, which will discuss the possibilities of a fourth American Revolution, following, most importantly, our last American Revolution, the third, which was a civil rights movement led by Martin Luther King Jr. I'll leave the introduction with this quote from James Baldwin, who said that we have the task and the real possibility of making America the last white nation in history. Quote, "Whether I like it or not, or whether you like it or not, we are bound together forever. We are part of each other. What is happening to every Negro in the country at any time is also happening to you. There is no way around this. I am suggesting that these walls, these artificial walls, which have been up so long to protect us from something we fear, must come down. I think that what we really have to do is to create a country in which there are no minorities for the first time in the history of the world." And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panelists who will be talking about the emergence of a new American people today. Our first panelist is Catherine Blunt, who is a retired high school principal and teacher who was employed for 35 years with the School District of Philadelphia. During that time, she was an active member of the Teachers and School Administrators Unions, the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, and Teamsters 502 CASA. She is a community activist who organizes around racial and economic disparities, as well as peace and justice, and was involved in the anti-apartheid struggle of Southern Africa. Our second panelist is Eddie Barraza, who is a member of the Saturday Free School for Philosophy and Black Liberation. He is a Mexican American and is currently studying the civilization of the Mexican people. He has worked in the fields of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Nuri Yi, our last panelist, is a member of the Saturday Free School for Philosophy and Black Liberation. She was born in South Korea, raised in St. Louis, Missouri. She's proud to note is the home of Miles Davis, Tina Turner, Donny Hathaway, and returned to Korea for high school. She is currently a PhD student at the University of Pennsylvania in evolutionary biology. And so I'd like to introduce Catherine to start us off.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, that's good. Yes, that's better. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, this is a work in progress of several nights. Got up early this morning, still editing, but I'm going to present it because it talks about me. I was asked to talk about me because I lived with that man over there, right here, Doc, the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, so up till now. And we are products, you know, of that 60s generation. We are products of that third revolution, all right, and it was impactful. So I am supposed to kind of talk about the Fourth American Revolution, the challenges, the legacy of Martin Luther King, the possibilities realized, the obstacles still standing, and the emerging new challenges to help clarify the responsibility of our young people and to help them find a path forward. And it is not difficult in this time, or it is somewhat difficult in this time to find a path forward, because as King began to realize and speak about in the 66, 67, and before he died, the difficulties that confronted him even when he broke the silence about Vietnam. And how people said, well, what do you mean? You're a civil rights leader. What does that have to do? What does Vietnam have to do with civil rights? And he made that linkage. And so fortunately for me and many of my generation, some of whom, a lot of whom have sat down, unfortunately, that impacted us. And so I will begin by saying, I am starting my presentation with Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy as a path forward to us and humanity. His single garment of destiny, the beloved community, and the world house. We must remember that Dr. King lived between January 15, 1929 and April 4, 1968. And I have to say that I think after he made that speech of breaking silence, to the year, to the date and year, he was assassinated. And that was, as I was doing this research, because I'm mostly looking at him and what he has to say, that jumped out at me. And I read some newspaper clipping that said that speech was the speech that got him killed. And that was profound. So the Saturday Free School introduced me to these prophetic concepts coined by Dr. King, which I immediately understood and embraced. I have been living them my entire life, especially my adult life of activism, community engagement, and struggle for peace with justice at home and abroad. So I understood Dr. King's intent in 1958, when he was 38, when he addressed the essential question plaguing philosophical thought and theological thought: what is man? And that was actually very critical at that time. And so he defined man as a biological being existing in the material world whose body or physical well-being must be fed, housed, clothed, and educated. And so for him, he said, any religion that didn't consider this was not worth anybody's time. And he defined man as a spiritual being, something more and beyond his biological body, a child of God whose soul or essence is capable of fathoming the wonders of nature and beyond. He can think and he can create. Man is in nature, yet he is above nature. He is in time, yet he is above time. He is in space, and yet he is above space. He can think of a great civilization, and he can create it, and he can destroy it. He defined man also as a sinner, a gift that given to him by God of free will to choose between good and evil. And he says that that is the internal and external conflict that man faces. He also said that how man treats others in his collective capacity as a nation or as a civilization is very, very important. He says man is capable of great feats like scientific discoveries and technological advances, yet he is capable of the appalling evil and mass destruction of life like we are witnessing today in Gaza, where at least 11,000 people have been killed, 45 of which have been children. We have witnessed it in Vietnam. World Wars I and II, the Western colonization of the darker nations and peoples, slavery, the attempted genocide of the indigenous people in the United States. As King described it, over 1,600,000 of your colored brothers in Africa and Asia you subjected to colonialism and imperialism. The 16 million of your brothers you trampled over in the United States, in spite of your claim to believe all men are created equal. In the midst of your material wealth, you are spiritually and morally poverty-stricken, unable to speak to the conscience of the world. And I knew Dr. King's appeal in his second address, which centered on the dimensions of man, or dimensions of a complete life, which actually Serafina spoke about some time ago at a symposium. And so he presented his audience with a triangle, saying that, you know, on one of these angles you had the length, which is our inward concern about ourselves and our goals and our calling and realizing it. And then on the other end is the breadth, our outward concerns about the others and humanity, projecting the I and thou. And we see this in King's work over and over and over again, projecting the I and thou. And that's like understanding that we are our brothers and sisters' keeper, and understanding that in order for us to move forward, we have to be able to project the I and thou in order to love our brothers and sisters and love humanity and move humanity beyond war and to embrace peace. So he says that basically at the top we have what he calls God, and our belief in God and our seeking of God and his guidance. But let me go back to one of the other bases where he said this whole thing of projecting the I and thou is, he called it dangerous altruism, because you sacrifice. And people have sacrificed in the civil rights movement and in other instances of seeking liberation, freedom, etc. So he says that, you know, without God, we are confronted with, and by the existential question, what is the meaning and purpose of life? What is the meaning and purpose of my life? So Dr. King assessed humankind first, the individual, his biological and his spiritual being. And then he took that and he imposed that on humankind. And he used that as an assessment and evaluation of humankind and humankind's possibility, including the fact that man is a sinner. It became clear to me as I did anti-apartheid work in the late 70s and 80s that We were all linked in struggle against racism, religious bigotry, social and economic injustice, human rights deprivation, from South Africa to Palestine, Chile, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and even to Northern Ireland, which was controlled by Britain. So we joined together in our appeals to the public, in our pressure for boycotts, in our outreach to spread truth, knowledge, and understanding in and beyond our communities. We wrote articles and letters to the editor and organized symposiums like this one. Like now, we could see a direct link between the suffering colonized and neo-colonized people of Africa, Asia, and Central South America, and our own suffering poor and still racially segregated society, as was made clear by Dr. Martin Luther King and others like W.E. Du Bois and James Baldwin especially. These linkages created natural encounters, not made, not forced, but natural encounters, and built mutual understanding between and among peoples engaged in the struggles for freedom, self-determination, and as it is on these occasions, like right now, when we are engaged in discussing and thinking about mutual struggles of our peoples, that I glimpse King's beloved community and his world house, because it starts with this. And it was embodied in all the work that Tony and I did in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Tony, you're not young, so so from the 50s, so from the 50s forwards, we had great heroes. I'll mention a few. David P. Richardson, Cecil B. Moore, Father Paul Washington, Churchill Advocate, Father Gracie, and the minister friends of Dr. King himself, Reverend Gray Jr., Reverend Meeks, and Reverend Marshall Shepard. There were other Philadelphia activists, included but not limited to then the Street Brothers, Lucian Blackwell, and many more righteous black and some white leaders who championed the struggle, joined our efforts, and ultimately changed these United States so that civil rights, voting rights, and other great society legislation was passed, affirming equal rights policies locally and nationally. This was the third American Revolution, in which civil rights, human rights, equal rights, and justice for all became the cornerstones of American politics at home, but not U.S. policy and diplomacy abroad. It was a time of awakening and reawakening for others. These were eras in which U.S. atrocities against Black people in the South were publicized in real time in the media and on television and in print. It was real time, so we witnessed it like the young people now are witnessing what's happening in Gaza. And that shaped us. It shaped our understanding of what was happening caused by our country. And so the US and world population saw mostly Black students dragged from seats at lunch counters, punched, kicked, and spat on. The nation and world saw mostly Black religious leaders and people, joined by some white elected officials, joined by some white religious leaders and people marching for the vote, being turned away by Southern white elected officials and law officers using attack dogs, fire hoses, still being kicked, punched, and spat on where possible. The young, distorted body of Emmett Till was funeralized with an open casket. His mother insisted to show the world that these Southern white racists, protected by Southern white law, had brutalized and murdered her innocent Black son. In June 1964, 3 civil rights workers, 2 Black, 1 white, were killed, murdered by the KKK.
2 white, 1 black.
2 white and 1 Black, you're right. And in 1965, the first white woman was killed, Viola Louisa. This was the South, the land of law and order that promoted and protected the murder, brutalization, and attempted dehumanization of Black people and their white supporters of good conscience, peacefully confronting Southern Jim Crow laws, which actually became the law of the South through the Supreme Court decision of Plessy versus Ferguson. And that law remained until it began to crumble by the 1954 assault against separate but equal in education by Brown versus the Board of Education. And so at that time, at schools in the South were several segregated, and in the North as well, because it was something that was in the North by neighborhoods. The neighborhoods tended to be segregated by redlining. But this work towards, or this struggle against segregation in education and the success of it in the decision of 1954 also led to the civil rights movement, because the education realization in education that separate was not equal did not transfer into public facilities. And so in 55, that's when Rosa Parks sat down. This was the area in which I was raised. And these were the struggles covered by the media, along with the struggles for independence and self-determination in Africa and Asia. It is interesting to note that the Southern doctrine of separate but equal was used by the white minority Afrikaner regime in South Africa to create fake homelands or Bantustans for the African majority population. It, along with other apartheid measures, were used to confiscate land, relocate, especially but not exclusively, the African majority population, to limit as well as track the movements of its Black population, the African, Indian, and colored population who band together under the banner of the African National Congress, or the ANC. On December 10, 1965, Dr. King appealed for the sanctions against apartheid South Africa and its laws. Apartheid laws, like U.S. Jim Crow laws, denied the human and civil rights to all, especially its African population. When we did our anti-apartheid organization, beginning with NAMESL, then CAFSAN and MLK, Anti-Apartheid Coalition, beginning in the 70s and continuing in the 90s, we spent time educating ourselves about the issues, as well as learning and borrowing organizational practices and organizing techniques from various organizations and movements we encountered, like the peace movement, like unions, the Communist Party, and so on. We were all volunteers and financial contributors to the struggle. We were not paid workers, organized as it is prevalently done by the millennial groups funded by, I know I shouldn't say this, funded, yeah, all right. We were not paid nonprofit organizers, as is so suspiciously prevalent today in so-called progressive millennial culture. We knew the brutality and dehumanization of apartheid because we knew and witnessed Jim Crow's similar brutality and treatment of Black folks in the South. We knew about the unholy alliance between apartheid South Africa and Israel, two European settler regimes which traded commodities and shared similar exploitive and unjust practices against the people of color living in their countries, or in those countries, especially the Palestinians and also the Sephardic Jews. Forced removals, confiscation of land, marginalization, limited citizen rights and human rights. No matter how sweeping Johnson's social programs were, and regardless of his commitment to dismantle racist practice domestically, he in 1963 had a foreign policy that embraced South Africa And he continued Presidents Eisenhower and Kennedy's financial and military aid by sending, and also sending advisors to the French-installed South Vietnamese regime. He then sent into South Vietnam, as Kennedy had promised, 23,000 troops that ended up being over 500,000 troops. The cost of that war was staggering. An estimated 2 to 3 million Vietnamese were killed, along with an estimated 250 of whom 50 to 1 million Vietnamese soldiers fighting for freedom and liberation from the United States imperialism. An estimated 58,000 U.S. troops died and 150 wounded, and 150 were wounded with 1,600 missing. Now, the important thing that we must understand now is that the United States also engaged area nations in this war against Vietnam. South Korea, Thailand, Australia, and New Zealand. And as we see how the United States is operating and maneuvering in that region, it intends to involve these same nations along with Japan, you know, and anything that happens with respect to China and North Korea. So in 1967, Martin Luther King broke the silence. And breaking the silence meant moving past indecision of action and finding new ways for peace in Vietnam and justice throughout the developing world. Breaking silence meant creating a genuine revolution of values, which of course is now part of the fourth revolution. Because it is this revolution of values that will propel humankind to embrace peace and nonviolent action as the way forward to unite humankind. King recognized or realized that if we stayed the course, we would then self-destruct. And we can see now that much of what was gained in those times have been eroded. We can see now that the freedoms that we had as Tony and I grew up, and the information that we had access to are now being curtailed. So what informed me, Tony, still informs you, but you just don't have the complete freedom that we had to travel, to have access to the media that shows you in real time, not just what's happening in Gaza, that sneaked through, all right? But what's happening in Africa, what's happening in China, what's going on in North Korea. We don't even know North Korea. But the other thing is that, you know, we have lost the ability to know without doing strenuous search how many people died in North Korea. Or the fact that napalm that was used in Vietnam was first used in North Korea. So all of this information, along with our heroes, are being swept away by a ruling class that has been determined since the 60s and the 70s and the 80s were frightened, I guess, by that. The fact that not only were Black folk in the streets, but their white youth on their college campuses, the anti-war movement, the fact that they demonstrated, they occupied presidents' offices, etc. They complemented the liberation struggles that were going on around the world and the civil rights movement within the United States. And they also encouraged the peace movement within this country, which rose to a new level that we hadn't seen perhaps since the Second World War. And so their shift occurred. And it was a shift that meant control. And it also was a shift that meant that the truth of our history, or the truths, the learned truths, the experienced truths of our history and our leaders would be covered up. For you to not know and perhaps not discover, but not you so much, but those your age, those who are in our schools now, who are not reading rich literature that we read when I was in school, that you read now because of Saturday Free School. So I'm going to move on to the election. I won't talk about it because you already mentioned it, but I want to say that only 30% of the voting population came out. And that Sherelle Parker, who thinks she has a mandate, you know, she got about 25% of that, or 28% of that 30%. And the Working Families Party candidates got less than that. But nobody in the media is talking about that, as if they have a mandate. And that's the scary part, and the scary thing that's going on, because the people that listen to the news, that watch the news, that followed this election, are not being told that only 30% of the vote came out. Only 30% of the voters. And that indeed we have a serious crisis because people are not voting. They don't believe in the system anymore. They don't believe in the two parties, all right, at all. And I'm not sure actually what it will take to bring them out, not necessarily into electoral politics, because even King mentioned that it didn't work. He knew back then, and he mentioned it, and he spoke about it. And it's amazing, as I read him and read various works by him, that he thought about all of this from the 50s on down to the 60s, mid-60s, in which he talked about always the single garment of destiny, the beloved community, and the world house. And so the challenge for the youth now is to create this world house, to make it apparent that the single garment of destiny is real, and that all humankind must be brothers and sisters. He said we must be neighbors. And this is what I learned when I went to Israel. I skipped that part. But when I when I went to Israel, and I went there, my travels were funded by a Palestinian group in Michigan. And it's interesting that the congresswoman in Michigan is now being attacked by both Republicans and Democrats because she is breaking silence. And this piece that King talked about, this concept of breaking silence is revolutionary in and of itself, because you are not supposed to confront the enemy of the people. You're not supposed to talk about the evils committed in the name of this country and even in the name of God. And so I would say, because I think my time is up, that building trust is very important, because people know you by what you do. And so a lot of the community work that I'm currently doing now, which James knows, has to do with building trust within the community. Because when you build trust, people, like young people, will come back to you, and they will move with you, and they will begin to express their thoughts and explore their horizons. So that's it.
How do I sound?
Good.
Great, great. So I'd like to share with you guys some of my experience that I've had as a young Mexican man in America. Experience that I would say I've mediated by the science that has emerged from the Black struggle for freedom in America. And when I say science, I would say a philosophical outlook that can explain the world and the tools that enable an active engagement with the world in order to change it. This has clarified for me that myself and other people that share my Latin American ancestry have a place in fulfilling the ideals of the Black struggle for freedom in America. I would say that these are universal concepts that have a specific expression for our lives and history. They are a natural expression of our culture and values, liberating us with the rest of humanity. And with this, I would say we can be a part of the new people that must emerge out of America. So I learned a lot really from W.E.B. Du Bois. His Role in Africa book explained the modern world to me and provided me with a foundation to think about Mexico and Latin America. The foundation of our current world, based on war, economic exploitation, and racism, is the transatlantic slave trade. Europe built itself off of enslaving an entire continent, and the United States brought slaves to its land to do the work for a small group of people to benefit from. Despite the elimination of slavery, prosperity today illogically demands the exploitation of the many to enrich the few. In order to justify this, it was necessary to create a white identity, a superior people whose natural place is to be the beneficiary and steward of an inferior people who would supposedly fare worse off if left on their own. This lie still scars the souls of young people and mitigates our social relations today. This global system explains my family's immigration to this country and existence in it. We aren't less capable as people, but Latin America and the rest of the world was designated as a place for resource and labor exploitation with no permissible path for economic development. We obviously aren't lazy, but like the original slave, we have to be kept at the bottom of society so that others may become horribly wealthy. Of course, they let a few of us come to the United States and even a smaller token, a couple of minorities to get ahead, but this isn't going to change this fact. And Du Bois further helped me gain an understanding in his book, Souls of Black Folk. So he helped me understand that there was a knowledge of self that I deserved to know emerging from this world system. He wrote this book after the defeat of Reconstruction, where Black people had just fought to overcome enslavement, but were being plummeted into conditions not too different from slavery, and were still being told that they were less than human, but they were still striving for a way forward. He saw that it was necessary for Black people to know who they were, what had happened to them, and what they were going to make of that terrible experience. Du Bois gave Black people a history that they can be proud of, so that they know that they have the values, social relations, art, and culture that were superior to what had produced that worldwide exploitation, and that this could serve as a foundation for the full human beings the world needed them to be. I learned that the slave was everything African, and yet a new people were being emerged out of the new world they were struggling in, a people that sought education, economic opportunity, and political power, all in conjunction for a mutual elevation and true freedom. I needed this example because, like the freedmen, my people had been subjugated, lied to about who we were, and were in need of a way out. I was shown that all that is beautiful from yourself emerges out of struggle, and if you look within yourself and study the plight of the people, you could conceive of a path toward freedom that addressed your historic experience. Before Du Bois, I didn't know that there was a process that my people emerged out of, so I even knew less about how to look at myself in relation to the world. I didn't want to be white, but I don't think I was offered very many paths otherwise. When I wasn't kept completely ignorant of my history and culture, I was taught partial truths that were meant to make me comfortable with the present order of things. And you could dress however you want, you could dress in your ethnic garb, or you could, I don't know, I could eat tacos, that would be acceptable, or listen to my music, that would be all right. And I mean, I could even adopt some of the traits of my people, my family. Like my parents, they have this creative positivity where they're always able to find humor in any difficult situation. There's nothing wrong with that, but this is not enough in America. I can still do all of that and live a decadent life for myself. Even worse, I could be Mexican by these standards and do harm to my people. This is especially offered and promoted through, let's say, this cholo or narcotraficante culture that people are taught of. It's very prevalent in music right now. But the problem is this, that this conception limits my imagination of who I can be, where I only think about what currently exists, where I would strive to be at the top of this misery and exploitation instead of seeking to create something different. By living at the expense of others, I could assume the form of being Mexican, but the substance of being white. I would say the best of our customs come out of struggle. At the most basic level, it was a struggle against poverty, but really at the highest level, it's an organized political struggle to remake society. So this anchoring in Du Bois helped me make sense of the historical identities that were offered to me, which is supposed to be the basis of how I'm supposed to live my life. One thing that I was taught is that I am mestizo, which is supposedly a synthesis between the indigenous people of Mexico and European colonizers. However, any serious discussion of this history only begins after the arrival of the Spanish, who nearly wiped my people out from existence. Black people also had a mixing of blood with European descendants, but with a one-drop rule, they were never allowed to be anything other than black. For their oppressor, this meant inferiority, but for the freedmen, this was a position of struggle. They didn't want to be what the oppressor told them they were, but they didn't also want to be their oppressor either. I would say that this principle of inferiority is still operating upon the mestizo. Without any strict racial requirements, you can become closer to whiteness by renouncing your way of life and re-identifying with a superior West. Even if there is ever some reference to something positive before the Spanish arrived, this is only meant to be some glorious past that is not meant to get in the way of the aspiration to reach this supposed American European modernity that we lack. Ultimately, this identity is meant for me to learn to hate myself. I felt elevated when I saw myself as indigenous. It meant that I came from an ancient people with a high spiritual orientation, advanced science, and boundless human willpower. I was proud that we had built cities like Tenochtitlan with magnificent pyramids built by stone entirely by humans, which somehow also precisely aligned with the movements of the heavens. I was inspired to live morally like my ancestors who had communal land because the earth belongs to all of us. Everyone deserves to work and everyone deserves to eat. My sense was being indigenous meant resistance against subjugation and an insistence of having self-respect, being your true self. Yet I did not feel that this idea in its current form is enough for this moment. An extreme version of indigeneity wishes to return to an idyllic, glorious past untainted by sin. Things like cultural nationalism. The world which produced this past does not exist. Our ideas must deal with the present reality. I knew then that there were groups like Los Mexicas, Los Mayas, or another group like Los Tlaxcaltecas, which actually sided with the Spanish. But now, even then, at the time, this is how we were defeated, and now there's lacking a sense of unity that will allow us to see ourselves as one people. Boundless in variety, but fundamentally interconnected. Similar to the freedmen, I wanted to know what our common future was. The ideas of Martin Luther King Jr. were able to answer this question and provided me with a scientific path forward that is rational, moral, and imaginary. From him, I learned that we are tied together in a single garment of destiny, caught in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly, indirectly affects all of us. For some strange reason, I never can be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. End quote. This rationally addressed the condition of my family, Mexicans and Latinos in general. Oppressing one person can strengthen the oppressor so they can do further damage to others. Like in the modern case, the US propping up drug cartels to control Mexico wreaks havoc on the country and also makes it possible for them to bring drugs into the United States that will quell rebellion and really ultimately destroy the people's lives. Moreover, in addition to someone's material poverty, their spiritual poverty diminishes you. In the way that seeing your friend down makes you sad, or seeing a homeless person suffering on the street is painful. Instead, the flourishing of another people in their culture enlarges you, bearing fruit for all people to benefit from. This helped me understand the universality of the Black struggle for freedom. It is not narrow in its conception where you fight only for African Americans, or that only African American people can be part of it. Yet it does originate from the perspective of an enslaved African people striving for freedom. This is not the freedom of the individual while his group is in shambles, nor is it the freedom of one particular group while another group is further buried in the ground. It is an all-encompassing freedom for all of God's people. This did not suggest that I should engage in a transactional exchange of support with other groups on separate issues. Rather, it clarified that the underlying basis for all the wrong in the world can and must be overcome together. King called for a radical revolution of values in the transformation of society. The two are inseparable. It's worth changing structures like laws and institutions, but it's even more necessary to change people. If you produce a people who refuse to fight wars, who are unwilling to economically exploit others or be exploited, and who can see other human beings as brothers regardless of race, we would live in a vastly different world. Through struggle, the heart can be expanded and the mind can be elevated. It's possible to work through divisions and attain unity. We can become one people. I want to be part of building a new world worthy for the next generation. I believe this can only be done by engaging in a universal struggle for freedom that produces new human beings. I have found all of this in the Black struggle for freedom. It's on this basis that I feel I can be part of this country, that I feel I can be American. Without losing my conviction, I was still not certain of what this would mean for me as a Mexican. Through exposure to the ideas of the Nation of Islam, embodied by a Mexican member named Student Minister Abel Muhammad, I reached a higher clarity on how I could be part of the Black struggle for freedom. I learned that we come from the original people of this earth, that we are the creators of civilization. We are endowed with an indispensable moral and spiritual foundation, making us the rightful inheritors of the earth. Facing specific problems that rise out of our particular circumstance, we have developed knowledge solutions to general human life. These problems and innovations arise out of human existence. So our unique contribution to the human constellation connects us with all other peoples. What exists in our civilization belongs to the world, and what other civilizations have produced is a part of us. Their struggles are for us. We can make their advances our own. So we are truly one people, and we belong together. I saw this exemplified by Minister Abel. From him, I saw the lit example that I could be Mexican by embracing the Black struggle for freedom. I didn't need to cast off a part of myself. I didn't need to try to be someone else. That's impossible. Instead, I can add on to who I already am. In being part of this American experience, I can become more Mexican. I cannot be Mexican in this country the way my family is Mexican in Mexico. Even my immigrant parents cannot do that. We don't live in an agrarian life in a village. Society is structured differently here. My original culture has high values. However, values are lived, not only believed. Living these values in the Black struggle for freedom is a higher expression of my culture and myself. This idea of a human universality does not diminish who I am, it expands who I am. I would say that we truly do have a place in this country, and we can contribute to it. With a foundation laid by the Black struggle for freedom of America, this country can become a great synthesis of the world's people, ourselves included. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, thanks, Eddie. Okay, so Catherine talked about the civil rights movement in the Third American Revolution. So I think the most recent generation of struggle, and I think Eddie discussing the logical path that is possible to our generation for struggle, regardless of racial or ethnic background, and basically laying the groundwork of the American experience of the Black proletariat, I think is really significant. And so I'm gonna try to sort of expand and discuss the question of where are we, like in our country, what is the struggle in America, and just the question of like, where are we right now, both in the world and in time. And I'm gonna try to discuss this through the category of civilization, which I also wrote about in Avant-Garde. And I think there are many entry points to this, but first, civilization is clearly on the minds of the world's people right now. Xi Jinping started a global civilization initiative, which is reaching many different countries. Putin discussed it in the Valdai International Discussion Club around a month ago. And I think in the Free School, we are also working out this idea of civilization as a category, sort of like time. And I think like history and maybe also like Hegel's logic, civilization is a very human and social concept, which is that it's shaped by humanity, there's continuity and movement forward. And it's also significant because when we say that we're living through a change of epochs from the age of Europe and Western domination to an age of humanity, this is a question of civilization. Yeah. And specifically about civilization, I think there are sort of two big ideas or paths that you can take with it. And the first is that of human civilization. And I think that's what Eddie was talking about, which is that there is one humanity, like Catherine was saying, a single garden of destiny. There is a universality to humanity, which is represented by a multitude of world civilizations. So there's richness in language, culture, science, art, and philosophy, which each contribute something unique to human development. They have each contributed something to what Winston called the fountain of knowledge, where we can drink from it, we can gain from it wherever it's sourced. And in this framework of world civilization, different civilizations can and must coexist in exchange with one another to acknowledge difference, but seeking to cooperate and mutually benefit. And I see this as the mode of Xi Jinping and Putin and world leaders. But then there's the idea of Western civilization, which has been completely corrupted by white supremacy. You can see it in a lot of Western philosophy and science, where it's just driven to claim superiority over other civilizations, and at times framing itself as basically the only true civilization. So all other civilizations are barbaric or backwards, and so this is a lens of civilization that is very concerned with asserting its utter uniqueness, its exceptionality. And so Western civilization seeks to distinguish itself from human civilization. It wants to carve out the world into worthy and unworthy areas by their own standards. And I think in current events, civilization is a very clarifying lens because it's very obvious that Israel is waging a civilization war on the Palestinian people. That's right. And this has come up over the last 2 days because it's just so obvious, and I think it's on everybody's minds and hearts. But really, you can see that this is a war of white supremacy. It's couched in the terms of Western civilization against darker humanity, where through white supremacy, you can justify the most inhumane degradation and treatment. You reserve the right to kill, maim, and even erase the existence, the truth of darker civilization, the fact that it exists, because you can just deem it worthless. And by civilization war, you're seeking to destroy civilization. The civilizational institutions of the people, like mosques and universities, and the people themselves outright, including the elderly, the sick, the women, children, babies. And Jahan said yesterday that you're trying to erase people and even time itself.
Yeah.
Because by attacking civilization, you're seeking to destroy time. If civilization is a long record of the past, the ancient history of human life, the path that we've made represented by people living today, its language, its hallowed buildings and history, an entire way of life. If you think about the bombing of mosques that are thousands of years old, olive trees also centuries old, by doing that, Western civilization is saying that the Palestinian people have no history that's worth preserving or acknowledging. And after destroying it, then you can say, oh, actually, you had no history at all. It's not there anymore. And that is a crime against the Palestinian people, but it is also a crime against world civilization and humanity itself. And so US empire is waging a war against history in the past, but it's also waging a war against modernity, which is what Garland Nixon said. This is a war not just on the past, but also on the present and the future that's coming into being. And that's the rise of Asian Africa, this Afro-Asiatic reconstitution of the world, which seeks a realignment away from Western civilization back to human civilization, back to world civilization. And US imperialism basically only has this weapon of white supremacy against darker humanity, which is on the move and on the rise. And I think that's why the US has basically found itself now waging a war on time. And I think that, yeah, with BRICS Plus, Belt and Road Initiative, you see the forging of a greater unity. And this unity of darker humanity, I think, has also been shaped and forged by the precondition of imperialism, by a shared experience of colonialism and the anti-colonial struggle in response to that, that has made new human beings and new possibilities. And so I think in Free School, we've also been discussing the idea that this is a period where human agency has really huge significance. And for better or for worse, because of the shared experience of colonialism, of modern capitalism, you can see the world become enmeshed into a single system that was connected through labor and exploitation. And Du Bois talks about this in Black Reconstruction in the World in Africa. And Doc, like you said, that basically, so like when you move beyond like this atomized village life, people across the world become more conscious. They're brought into something that's bigger and they become aware of that. And so events that happen across different continents have world historic significance, like the Civil War and the anti-colonial struggle having world reverberations, how the Russian Revolution made an example and opened up possibilities that changed the world, and even the world wars, which exposed the weakness and the collapse of Europe. And so human agency becomes a bigger factor in the 20th century, especially because first people know more in this modern period, which is what Catherine, you were saying, with the civil rights movement and learning things in real time. People have far greater awareness of world events than ever before in human history and more access to knowledge and ideas, although there is like censorship. But I think it's not just about knowing more and having more information. The product of this human agency manifested through struggles like the anti-colonial struggle and the civil rights movement come not just out of scientific rational knowledge, but through moral conviction, this intuitive mode that is nurtured by civilization and through the basic knowledge that racism, poverty, and war are wrong, and that peace and freedom and democracy are possible through struggle. And yeah, I also have the single garment of destiny quote that I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be, and you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. But I think that's also going back to this idea of the Civil War having something to do with all humanity, and the Russian Revolution having something to do with all of humanity.
Right.
And so I think going back to where we are today, the US's war against modernity is, because it's a war against time, at best, you can prevent the tide from going in. You can try to stagnate, you can try to make things move more slowly, or to stand still to basically buy time. But the thing is, time can't go backwards. We've arrived where we are, and the civil rights movement did happen. King did break his silence and connect the world question of war and peace in Vietnam. And people know about the beloved community in the single garment of destiny and have already been touched and shaped by that. And so the best the ruling class can do is to attack that history and memory and to try to conceal the truth, which is what I think this Western civilization white supremacy sphere is trying to do. And so to talk a little bit more about today and our generation, I've been thinking about what Serafina said, which is that our generation, we're the children of a new millennium. And so our generation, we're basically building a new century, which could lay the foundations for maybe the next 1,000 years, or we'll destroy civilization, because that's where we've come to today. And specifically in the United States, we have 200 years of the United States, which is a relatively short time. Yet in that time, we've had three crucial revolutions. The American Revolution, which established a democracy based on social contract of equal law, the Civil War, which freed labor to some extent, and the Civil Rights Movement, which fought the problem of the color line and sought to morally transform America.
Yeah.
And all three of these revolutions have clearly had world historic significance for human civilization. And I think civilization for the American people, the question is what values or what ideas are strong enough to be the bedrock of an identity that is strong enough to basically support civilization. Like what will ultimately come from these 200 years of history, like to be crystallized and synthesized into an identity that can be achieved. And if the options are the white supremacist ideas, which are delusional, hide the truth, and cause war and bloodshed, or the black proletariat and all the fruit that that can bear, I think we know where the struggle for freedom actually lies. And yeah, and I think civilization is important because it's a term that came very naturally to King, Baldwin, Du Bois, and Robeson, basically the architects and the thinkers of the civil rights movement. It was one of the primary categories that they used to describe what it was trying to achieve. Like King said, that the civil rights movement was trying to inject new meaning and dignity into the veins of civilization. He said that the greatest need of civilization today is moral progress. And for Du Bois, civilization was a category for sociological analysis. So through an assessment of human capacity and agency, you realize that civilization can't be sustained or maintained by a small elite because the key to civilization is mass participation. Basically, mass participation is what lays that foundation. And I think one other thing is just thinking about how civilization is connected to time, the movement of time and the relationship of human beings to time. And basically, I think civilization is something that pushes human beings to want to make a time meaningful, to actually make it mean something, rather than just letting it go by. And I don't know, I'm still thinking about this a lot. I'm like working out right now, but I think just two references to like time is King's Knock at Midnight, where he said it is midnight in the psychological order. Not only that, it's midnight in the moral order. Midnight is a time when all colors lose their distinctiveness and everything becomes merely a dirty sheet of gray. Most people live by the philosophy, everybody is doing it, so it must be all right. And you know, midnight is a time when everybody's trying to get by. And so he describes midnight as a time of desperation and darkness, seemingly without hope of morning. And so we have midnight, but we also have 4 a.m. by James Baldwin in his Nothing Personal essay. And I just think this is really important because he says 4 a.m. can be a devastating hour. The day, no matter what kind of day it was, is indisputably over. Almost instantaneously, a new day begins. And how will one bear it? Probably no better than one born the day that is ending, possibly not as well. And so he's describing basically the end of one time and the inevitable beginning of another, which hasn't yet completely dawned. You can't see it, but you know that it is coming. And what really matters is how you face it. And he says, it is a fearful knowledge that one day one's eyes will no longer look out on the world. One will no longer be present at the universal morning roll call. The light will rise for others, but not for you. Sometimes at 4 a.m., this knowledge is almost enough to force a reconciliation between oneself and all one's pain and error. Since anyway, it will end one day, why not try it? Life, one more time. And I actually think that's how I think many young people in America are feeling that way right now. He says, for perhaps between now and that last day, something wonderful will happen. A miracle of coherence and release. It is the miracle of love strong enough to guide or drive one into the great estate of maturity, or to put it another way, into the apprehension and acceptance of one's own identity. For some deep and eradicable instinct, I believe, causes us to know that it is only this passionate achievement which can outlast death, which can cause life to spring from death. But if one can reach down into oneself, into one's life, and find there's some witness, however unexpected or ambivalent to one's reality, one will be enabled, though perhaps not very spiritedly, to face another day. And then, yeah, and so I think part of the question is always, what is the moment? Where are we located in time? And like, what is the geography of the time that we're in? Because I think sometimes it can feel that time is moving differently in different parts of the world or being perceived differently, where with the rise of Asia, clearly the bulk of the world's people are already moving somewhere.
whereas in America, parts of the country are sort of still moving business as usual. But I think you can see that day by day people are waking up and recognizing that basically morning is coming, even if you don't necessarily see it. And the question is, how do you prepare for that new day? And I think one example of this is at the beginning of the year, there was basically one significant people's movement, which we saw at the Rage Against the War Machine rally. But I think now with Israel-Palestine war and peace has to be the primary issue on everybody's minds. And yet we have sort of two different approaches, two different separate forces. We have the anti-war, Make America Great Again, people who are against the war in Ukraine, against military spending. These are ordinary, many working class people who are just asking why their tax dollars go to a different country, while in our country they're poor, homeless, and hopeless people. And these people are skeptical of the system. They ask it with a healthy self-interest. They question what democracy is in this country if their opinions don't matter and if they're just used or ignored. But I think this war movement seems right now sort of caught up in this idea of Western civilization that the ruling class is peddling to divide these anti-war sentiments. And in Palestine, with the Palestine-Israel conflict, you have young people who are responding, I think, out of a very existential moral imperative. They're saying this can't be done in our name, this cannot be done for us, and we can't live with this blood on our hands. And yeah, young people are fighting. They're fighting actually for the Palestinian people, but also for their own lives and for their own souls. It is a question of our generation, where it's not out of a material self-interest, but a moral one, where there's a willingness to be arrested, to, for the first time, actually face consequences, to be suspended from campus. And I think it's interesting too that a lot of these are students at very elite universities, like Harvard, Brown, UChicago. And they're learning that basically when you truly take a stand that endangers the ruling class and challenges its rule, they will turn on you quickly. And so I think these are the people who basically make up our nation today. And there's a lot to make of this and to make with this, with the energy of the young people and the memory of the civil rights movement. And I wonder what would happen if these young people went a little further and saw their common ground and common struggle with the masses of the other anti-war coalition. And what would happen if people in the Trump movement realized that these young students standing up against Israel's genocide are not seeking to destroy Western civilization or to commit treason against the United States, but are actually trying to save America and to give America new life. And so I just think this is a question for our generation and for young people growing up today, because yeah, we see young people struggling. Like at our reading group we started at Penn, we see young people really striving to know each other and to understand the country they're living in. And I think the most amazing thing is how naturally young people accept and understand Baldwin and his authority. And it's not just a passive acceptance, but it's actually a feeling of pride and gratitude to have him as an American voice. Through him, they acknowledge the natural leadership of the Black proletariat. And it's amazing because it's a period of rediscovery. They're so naturally drawn to Baldwin, but they've been kept from him their whole lives. And I think it's also remarkable that despite everything that the ruling class has thrown at them and at our generation from a young age, with postmodernism and hip hop and nihilism and cynicism, they still see it with very clear-sighted eyes of children and young people. They're strong enough to choose their own organic morality and their human common sense and intuition. And I think it's sort of like when you see the children of Palestine, where no child should have to go through or see any of this. But it's clear that because they see it, they understand it at a very high and clear level. Their moral compass hasn't been dulled or broken yet. And I think what I get from that is that identity politics does not have the hold that it once did, even 5 years ago. And despite the backlash, despite the consequences, I think young people are brave and courageous and they can do something about this. But I think what I want to end on is just the question of the fact that if the people are on the move, we have to have knowledge ready for them. We have to have some place for this knowledge and understanding to go. Because truth has to live in order for civilization to flourish. America needs the truth, and its people are seeking a way out. And that's what the Black freedom movement was fighting for. Baldwin wrote, "To be an Afro-American or an American Black is to be in the situation intolerably exaggerated of all those who have ever found themselves part of a civilization which they could in no ways honorably defend, which they were compelled indeed endlessly to attack and condemn.
and yet I was passionate of hoping to make the kingdom new, to make it honorable and worthy of life. And I think another way that I think that the civil rights movement has shaped the American people is I read a Substack post by Dennis Kucinich, and he was talking about the war, the Israel war on Palestine. And he said, "Do not assume that it's only the artifact of the humble daily lives of Palestinians that lay buried in bomb craters. The America that could be, our own hopes and dreams for a prosperous and secure nation, lie alongside the bodies of the men, women, and children in those ruins." And so I think we're just trying to understand and reinforce the foundations of what will and can be our future by sorting through our history and seeking to make a fourth American Revolution where we can attain completeness, redeem our souls, and actually find our proper place in the world as a part of human civilization. And the three prior American revolutions are enough of a foundation for our generation. Okay, let's see.
When do you want to close? 5?
5 is good.
That was amazing. I was taking a lot of notes, so let's see if I can sift through all of them. Well, some words that I think came up that this is not the first time we've had a panel on the Fourth American Revolution and the emergence of the American people, but I think our conversations around the possibilities of a Fourth American Revolution have been given such more meaning in today's times, and also with and especially actually with the gift of having Winston's science, and the way that he was not just talking about the American Revolutionary process, but I also think our conversation has really been enriched by including the categories of even the Black proletarian imaginary, civilization, the Afro-Asiatic reconstitution. And so I kind of wanted to ask one question before we do some audience Q&A as well, going off of what Nuri laid out, because I think in some ways the three of you were really beautifully synced up one after another. But I wanted to address what Nuri, you talked about with the young generation in America, but also a young generation in America seeking to join humanity, and also what seems to be an anti-war movement in America. And so the reason why I bring this up and I kind of wanted to ask it as a question is, I think there is, Jahan addressed this yesterday, but there is on one side, the Trump movement, which is very anti-Ukraine war. Now we have a young generation in particular that is taking a moral stance against genocide of Palestinian people. And I wanted to connect it to some of the categories of what people have been saying around civilization, that this is a civilizational war. And here you have people in some ways saying, if this is what America is, I want to make the kingdom new. And so I kind of wanted to ask the question of how do you see the anti-war movement in America today, but also pulling from where I think we have to leave off, which is Martin Luther King Jr., and all three of you brought him up over and over again, his understanding of time, of the role of human beings to make time, to seize time, to shape time, rather than wait on time. And so I wanted to kind of ask the question of how do you see this anti-war movement, and in particular, looking ahead to the 2024 election, what that will mean for a Fourth American Revolution, a new nation, a new civilization.
Yeah, we'll do after.
How does it sound? How about now? Great, great, thank you. Man, that's a very sophisticated question. So when I think Nuri was really right about a lot about the, I guess, direction of the Trump movement in that, you know, for example, the slogan, "Make America Great Again," which I think is part in reference to a better time for America when there was good jobs, there was industry. But I do think that it is in strong opposition to the ruling elite. I think they do have this strong level of clarity that there's people in office, what they call the deep state, but unelected officials that have control and are not responsible to the American people. And I think Nuri is also right about the strong moral stance that people are making against Israel's war against the Palestinian people. The positive direction that I think has to be taken is, as others have said before, the defeat of Biden, and this clarity, I think, is a step in the part of the American revolutionary process. We have this grand vision of a revolution of values, and when you brought the question of time, it reminds me of Henry Winston's from the anti-slavery to the anti-monopoly coalition, on how there is a process in the development of the unity of the American people, struggling at first against slavery, which is of principal importance and meaning in a civilizational sense, that can blossom into the broadest possible transformation of the American people, even though it references a specific issue. I think the question of war for the American people is that issue that can make people question who we are. And when you have that moral transformation against war, that will have the foundation to answer all the difficult questions that we have to face in the society. Because it is a moral question, even though it's a practical question as well. That is, you know, it's not trivial to answer the practical, but without the moral, I think that there's no basis for the conversation.
So I think the young people, multinational, multi-religious, struggle to bring to the forefront of the entire American people the struggle to save the Palestinian people. Nuri brought up the thing about whiteness, white supremacy, and the erasing of civilization. And she's right. This is the erasing of the Palestinian people and its culture. And this, the young people see and understand and are moved by it, like the Vietnam War in our time, when young people saw it and were moved by it and demonstrated and actually reassessed their belief in the United States and what this country stood for. So I see these young people as being the road forward. And it would be hopeful, you know, it's interesting because they don't talk about the Ukraine war at all, you know, and even though the media puts up, you're used to prior to the, you know, assault on Gaza, but first the so-called assault on Israel, Ukraine war took center stage, but it doesn't anymore. And it is what they see being done to the Palestinian people in their name that they're responding to. And their moral advancement is quite tremendous because they have been raised in a country of white supremacy that has destroyed civilizations. You can look at Iraq, you can look at Libya. It is well known that this is what the United States does. But these are young people now standing up and stepping forward and say, wait a minute, not in my name, this is wrong. And so it is hopeful that the folk in the Trump movement take a more positive position around Palestine. And it's, in fact, I think necessary for them to do that in order for them to move forward, because it's not enough to not like the elite. It's not enough to be offended, by what happens, in Congress or whatever. It's not enough to not vote and say, I don't want to vote. It's not even enough to vote for Trump. It's not in the long run. And so I think these young people that we're seeing now, that reminds me so much of the young people in the 60s, that this reawakening, of the moral values necessary for the fourth revolution to occur, I think is tremendous.
Yeah, I think the anti-war movement in America today is very interesting because although we've talked about how basically young people in the Trump movement are still separated in a lot of ways, I think that the situation is pretty dynamic. For instance, a lot of these young people, I'm pretty sure 2 months ago, would say that not voting for Biden is a vote for Trump, and therefore you're voting for fascism. But I actually am seeing a lot of young people on social media saying, like, I can never forgive Biden for what he has done. There's nothing he can do that can redeem himself. He's out, I'm never voting for Biden. And any person who tells me that by not doing that, I'm a fascist, can go to hell, basically. And I think that that is something pretty remarkable because it is a very enlightening time where people are being exposed, like things are being exposed for what they are. And I think if you reassess one thing, which is your stance on Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, it opens the path to question a lot of your other long-held assumptions. But I think that basically what needs to happen is to continue going in that direction. And I think also for recent polling data, it's really fascinating because I think there was a recent poll done of certain key swing states, and Biden and Trump were both pretty close neck and neck, but RFK Jr. was also in like the 20%, which is the highest polling, that's the highest polling that I think has been seen since basically the Civil War, where there was establishment of like a new party. And I think that that can't be underestimated, but again, I think that because if human beings can seize and shape time, I think this idea of human agency and capacity to change has to be taken as basically a fundamental tenet of politics. And I think that there are two forms of dogma that try to obscure this idea of human agency and capacity for change, which are wokeness and in some ways, yeah, white supremacy, because both of them have this dogma, which is that there are just certain people who don't belong. There are certain people who can't be trusted, and there are certain groups of people that are just unworkable. Like you can't work with them, they will never change. But I think today you're seeing that people are changing their minds. They're changing their minds overnight. And if we believe that all people are capable of moral transformation, then I think we have to keep emphasizing that possibility and also the necessity. Because yes, like I think both groups need to basically keep developing and keep transforming. But yeah, but I just think that there is hope for common ground, because I think if you just look at Palestine and Ukraine, it's very clear that the difference is literally like one is a white country and one is not. But I think if you look a little bit deeper, I think a lot of the people who are against the Ukraine war are also against it because they remember what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they know why the U.S. like military operation had failed. And I think then we get a lot closer to actually like substantive common ground. So yeah.
Just a further comment. I view the anti-war movement as the possibility of anti-war movement for the United States people likened to the Third American Revolution civil rights movement, where King confronted racism as a first step for the American revolutionary process. It was, of course, practical to meet the needs of Black people, but it was truly a moral stance for the universal brotherhood. And in doing that, it was possible to build a unity in this country necessary to challenge the ruling elite. With this moral foundation of transformation and unity, they are able to look towards a broader transformation, continue the broader transformation of society, confronting, let's say, the war in Vietnam or poverty. I really think that he left us this task, and I feel like the war movement that has to happen in the United States can put us in a similar position, because it requires us to have see a universal brotherhood, both with the darker people that are suffering, and even with each other, where we might see each other at odds, but we'll put aside any differences we feel we might have because we have this common interest. And in taking on this task, it weakens the ruling elite. Of course, there's a practical perspective, because, you know, as the Trump movement says, it economically benefits us to not be involved in these wars, but it's this moral foundation. And in this task, it will open up, we'll work together, and American people will develop so that we can continue to broaden that struggle. So, yeah, thank you.
We have around 15 minutes for Q&A from the audience. Oh yeah, come, the mic right there's open for you.
Okay, I'm not an eloquent speaker like you are. Okay, I'm going to come with my heart and my thought, what I've been doing all my life. I'm a product of the 60s, okay? Malcolm X and other people too. My thinking is that we are so divided as a nation, Black, white, Hispanic, and everything else, but it's also the housing problem. The housing problem makes everybody separation. And that's something that is happening now, and everybody's moving away. They're not moving away, they're being kicked out. That's true. So you have a lot of white people who say that it's product of saying, okay, we're gonna make it better for you. No, get out. So that's something that, to me, is important too, but also that we do not hold politicians accountable for things. We talk, we see, but we don't really make them accountable for some things. So that's...
Why is it like that?
Good question.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I think that people have so much on their plate also, and I don't think that they understand the politics. Also, different politics, different things. I mean, it's a different era also. We're not talking about just the 60s, 70s, we're talking about now. So there's a lot of things in the plate, but still we don't ask. It seems like we're afraid to ask them, what are they? They're human, they're just like us. They may have more brain than we do, but not really. So between communists and some other, you can say communists and also the parties, sometimes it's sort of the same thing, really, to tell you the truth. So to me, I'm an educator. They took it away, the history from the books. They're making kids, because I work with second, third grade. The books are mainly very technical. They take it away, the basic. So I teach chess game. The chess game, as you know, it's in here, but it's very good for second, third grade. But the problem, like I said before, we do not hold politicians accountable. They talk a lot of things, they're taking over the people. They're not doing anything for the neighborhood. Everybody has to leave. For the job, it's the same thing. It's a lot of things going on. Politicians, they only think about themselves. Especially Democrats also. I'm a Democrat, but doesn't mean I'll go along with that at all. Because once they say, okay, I'm in, that's it, bye-bye. So really something that people have to get together on that. A movement, I don't know how you're gonna call it. I had a movement with Malcolm X. I'm a part of that too, in New York. So therefore, that's what I'm gonna say, because I think we need to talk about that.
Can I ask you
Thanks.
something?
No.
So what's the solution? What kind of?
Oh, okay, no, you know what, come on.
Okay.
Get you behind the wheel. I don't want to take too much time, that's what I'm saying, but thank you so much for listening. I want to take no notes too, so we can come back to that.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I just want to say in terms of people not holding politicians accountable, I actually would say, at least for me, I think it's more that the fact that most 75% of people in Philadelphia do not, of registered voters, that's not even the population of Philly, but of eligible, we're not even counting eligible voters, we're just talking about registered voters. I think there's more, it's less of a problem of people not wanting to hold elected officials accountable, and it's more that people do not believe in the system anymore. And the reason why I think that's important is because, the reason why I think that's important to distinguish is that I think what we're talking about with human agency now is, I think there's a new people waiting to be born. Like there's a new people waiting to be born. And I really like this way of saying that there are new social relationships that we need to create, which is also why I love the emphasis on the World House and the beloved community, because what we're saying is, what is that new world? Like, what is that new civilization in America? Like, what does that look like? On what values does it have to be based on? And that's actually one of my remaining questions that, if we have time, I'll ask around why is it so important that we go back to the Black freedom movement or the Black proletariat? Because there's such a rich philosophy and a set of values, also civilizational values to pull from. And I think Du Bois, it was Martin Luther King Jr. when he was honoring Dr. Du Bois, where he said, and this is based on something Eddie said reminded me of this, where King said, Du Bois left us the greatest gift, not just for Black people to be proud of their civilization in America, but the African American history is a gift that white people must be proud of. And that is something they have not yet realized, that it's for them too, because that is the foundation of a new civilization that's painfully been kept in adolescence and not been allowed to mature and be born. But then I think I don't know if anyone wants to talk about politicians, or I feel like it's basically about, people aren't looking to hold politicians accountable because they're looking for a new civilization. Like they're looking for a new.
No, that's not why. I think they don't want to answer because they're afraid of the answer, because most politicians promise things, and nothing is accomplished.
Okay.
That's the reason why they don't want to be bothered, because they can say what they want to say, but it's nothing accomplished unless you demand it to happen. And that's the reason why people don't want to do no more, because it's not accomplished for what they want. You can make a list of things that you want and present it to them.
Right.
But that doesn't mean they're going to do it. So we need to make them to understand the politics, but understand them also.
And you have to make them do things.
Make them, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the reason why.
Yeah.
So James and I were just involved in trying to make our politician accountable, but we were only using, well, I was, only using that format to get people organized. So, it became an organizing tool. But we met with our city council representative regarding what we are calling narcotics injection sites, which we don't want. And all of the 9 other city council representatives put their area in legislation that allow for an overlay, which says that if any of these entities attempted to come into that community, there had to be a community vote. So there was a prohibition. And this is the same group that the people of South Philly rightly kicked out, all right? Which, what's his name? Ed Rendell, Mayor Ed Rendell is on the board. We used to call him Fast Eddie or Slick Eddie, I can't remember which. Fast Eddie. So we asked her, it was a group of block captains. We asked her, okay, well, why did you not put us in this legislation? And she said, well, I'm for it and I'm against it and it's a prohibition. Just a lot of mess, all right? And so then people from the community confronted her. But what they saw was that she didn't represent them. They understood that very, very clearly. Now, she won the election, but again, they saw that she didn't represent them, didn't want to hear them, didn't care about them, and now they're mad. All right, now they're mad. So what's the next step? So we meet on Monday to talk about that. But we know we can't hold her accountable. That we know. All right, and so.
So then what is she gonna do?
Well, she's going to continue to do what she does, which is to represent the gentrifiers and move us out. So, however, we have the responsibility of getting with the other people in the 3rd Council District and talking with them about, it wasn't so much the safe injection sites, it was about our voice. How can you take our voice away from us? We deserve the right in the 3rd District, 3rd Council District, to be able to say to these folk who want to put these injection sites in our neighborhoods, no, we don't want it. What we want instead is a comprehensive approach to drug addiction. We don't want to provide a crack house in our neighborhood, which is what the federal government likens it to, all right? So, yes, but it's only a means to an end that we're using it right now.
Yeah, I think I can give a few examples that I know of recent attempts to hold politicians accountable, because I do think with this war on Palestine, there is a lot of movement. There's actual desperate movements and attempts to actually make the politicians represent the will of the people. Because at this rate, I think 66% of Americans want a ceasefire, which is a decisive majority. And yet, I think the number of congresspeople who have signed on to a ceasefire act are maybe 15, 20 people, which is a disgrace. And these confrontations and these attempts to hold politicians accountable, I think, have escalated a lot, where, for instance, there was a video of a young Palestinian student who walked up to Elizabeth Warren having dinner at this Michelin star restaurant, and she said, Senator Warren, you've killed 68 members of my family in the next few weeks, and I want to know how many more have to die before you sign on to a ceasefire. And she didn't want to hear it. She was like, I'm having dinner, you're being impolite, maybe another time. And I think it shows how just completely ruthless how careers these politicians are. They have no interest in representing the people. And I think that means that this democracy, this farce of representative democracy, is not a democracy. And I think that's why people are withdrawing their vote for the most part, because they're seeking not this false representative democracy, but actually a true, substantive, basic people's democracy of participation. And I think that's also why you see people wanting to get together, wanting to understand each other, and wanting to find some way forward, which is also why I think we hold these events, to try to come to some common ground, to understand each other, to build trust, and to actually chart a path forward democratically. But this is happening basically in parallel to the existing system, because these politicians have complete contempt for the people. So.
This question of electoral politics and politicians makes me think about the necessity for new social relationships that must take place in society. Maybe at one point the vote was a way for the people to know themselves and decide for themselves what their future was going to be, what their life was going to be. I think that was a great innovation of the first American Revolution, that they established that possibility. And but that doesn't seem to be the case even from your example, Catherine. And I mean, I think in the three American revolutions, we have the example of the American people being capable of doing that. In Reconstruction, we had for example, South Carolina, the newly freed the freedmen were able to found a public school for all people to educate themselves and to prepare themselves for the task of achieving true freedom now that they were out of bondage. And even, for example, in the civil rights movement, in the Montgomery bus boycott, in boycotting the buses, the people of the South actually were able to figure out a more efficient transportation system that was better than what the city had with the buses. And so, with the American people coming together, I think that we have the capability of having new kinds of social relationships that enable us to be together and to decide for ourselves. And in some cases, maybe there's something progressive about a politician, but ultimately, it's still for us to make these relationships possible. And it's very important for our times.
Question and a comment. It's just so refreshing to be back here at the Saturday Free School with everybody and seeing all the people. And wow, he's here with his wife. Oh my goodness. Really nice, really nice. And I just was thinking of Dr. Montero, and it's just Tony, because Tony and I talk a lot. We have had several conversations, and I just want to call him a great friend right now. But he's helped me through a lot. And it's just good, Tony, to be here around people, and you have just allowed all of us to just grow and think, and I know you don't want to take, but it's just, I know. And he's always said that and been like that for years, but that's what I'm so happy to hear from everyone here, and it's just so refreshing. It's just such a happiness, just a goodness, and the people I see, and every time I see a homeless person, my heart breaks. I'm just so sick from that. I was asking God, what can I do? You know, I worked in shelters for years, but this homeless population is so different, and it's so much mental health. It's just so heart-wrenching. It just pulls my soul. The way these people are walking in traffic, and oh my goodness. I just keep praying and asking for a solution. What is the solution to this, and how can we help these people? I mean, I do give some people some money, I do. Because I have experience in working in the shelter, sometimes I think I can tell who is going to get high and who's not going to get high with the money. I don't know, because they are just so sick, so mentally sick. And and all the things I worked for y'all, I worked 30 years, y'all. I mean, I was a paper boy back in the day. I don't know if anybody. That's a job. Yes. And to come up to this and have the benefits that I worked for in my life, and have a new car and a nice home, it's just, I know. I'm just happy to say it and to let it out. I need a kiss. Oh, but you don't mind. No, I want to
to say to my good friend Osaze, I always tell him to come to the free school.
See, he always does. The
I
way he talks about y'all and, oh, you're missing so much, you're missing so much. He says, I'm just tired of the niggas, I want you to come.
Don't use that word.
But I mean, I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you're in mixed company, man. We don't
Tell
do
the truth,
that.
tell the truth.
Okay, but no, I just want to say, Osaze, you know, without a group of people like this,
right,
you can't see hope. And I'm telling you, and I don't want you to be sad. I don't want you to be depressed. I don't want you weeping and crying. I know your heart is a great heart, and I just want you to understand that all of us are fighting for our lives. And the young people, I'm gonna say to the other sister, when you hear these young people talk, they're fighting for their lives.
See that.
And they're fighting for the lives of the whole generation of young people. I just wanted to say that.
But I mean, I see Serafina and her brother grow up here, and everybody. It's so great. It just feels good. It just feels good. It's hopeful.
Look
like
over
you
here.
said.
You see Brandon, Joe?
His wife.
This beautiful wife. Okay, sit down.
All right.
Yes, man. Okay.
Yes.
If we don't have any more questions from the audience, oh, you do? Oh.
Yeah. First I wanted to thank all of you for such beautiful presentations. And I wanted to, try to bring us back to, the way Nuri was formulating this question of, war against time. And like the question of the civilizational war and the war against time, and I was thinking about it in more in the context of the last couple of questions, this question of an electoral democracy, but also in terms of the relationship of the people, with the ruling class, so to speak. And the thing is, yes, it's a complicated question. I realize that, but and not to step into the toes of the next round table, but I do think it's a question because the ruling class of the future, will be partly produced by and be affected by and affect our children. So the question that we ask today is not simply about it's not simply about our relationship with the ruling class of today, but what we have to contribute to the future. And in this sense, when you were all talking about this question of the war against time, and I think about the how we have talked about in the past, the nations and the civilizations that the West wants to portray as being frozen in time, and thinking in particular about North Korea, but also China and the rest of the world, which is moving ahead, and it's the American people who are constantly kept behind, and it's the ruling class who is who's invested in keeping the American people frozen in time. And I was thinking that when you look at China and North Korea and so on and so on and so forth, this question of electoral politics, it comes to a head because you clearly see that these are the autocracies. And this question of the relationship of the people and the ruling class is not something that we have worked out. So I wanted to ask, how you, in terms of what you were saying about the new American people, how you think about the relationship of the people of the rest of the world to their, to their ruling class, or rather, the way they view leadership, the question of leadership, and the way we view leadership, and the role of leadership and our role to it, in this country.
I just want to say we don't have leadership. That's part of the problem. And we haven't had leadership in a very long time. We've had the ruling class and or the ruling elite or the deep state, however we want to characterize it. And so they have made electoral politics non-existent. In fact, it is unaffordable, and it's unrealistic, and it serves no solutions, it gives no solutions, and it provides nothing that is promised to the people. And so when you talk about the homelessness, we are all considered throwaway, and that's it. And so there is no concern about us, even as this system in its current crisis is sinking. And so maybe it may take the rest of the world working with us to save this place. You know, because I do think that there is positive movement among the youth, and there is also positive movement around among the people in the Trump movement. And I think that there are folk working in communities trying to bring about these new social relationships that could somehow or other propel, you know, us forward to meet our needs, even if it's about us trying to do it ourselves. But this civilization here in this country, I believe, is in crisis, serious, serious crisis. And it is going to take the efforts of the young people here organizing with other young people to unfreeze time, because this place does freeze time. All right, and it has frozen us in post 1960, during a time when they intentionally did COINTELPRO and removed the social programs for the people and created these nonprofits to service the people, which they don't do. And so yes, basically, that's my answer to it.
Wow.
That's a really hard question. Like I can try.
Well,
It's
yeah.
It's an issue about civilization.
I like the question of the rest of the world because, I mean, I think, like you said, Catherine, leadership in this country, leaders of our country have been assassinated and viciously murdered for a reason. And King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, so many more, like countless nameless leaders. And not only just in this country, but also in Africa and Asia. And then that wasn't even enough, because then the ruling class had to do something even more vicious, which is to destroy culture, destroy communities. You know, it wasn't enough to just make people unemployed, to get rid of jobs, to ship them overseas, making people in America distrust the rest of the world, because why is China taking our jobs? You know, it made them hate themselves, made them hate the world, kill each other, kill themselves, but also to destroy culture, because what that does is it destroys your sense of optimism and confidence. And it destroys the way that people, like when we talk, even the conversation earlier about avant-garde jazz, or even music, like I remember Osaze, you were talking about the oldies, like, oh, I love listening to the oldies. Like that's also the language, that's some of the ways you get to know each other and the way you heal, and that was even destroyed. So I think I like the question about the rest of the world and leadership in the rest of the world, because even on Serafina's painting, even if we don't have the leaders that were taken from us, first of all, they're still in our hearts. Like they will never be taken away from children today, because the thing is like the concept of the shaheed, King was a shaheed, and to be a martyr and to die means to also live forever. And he lived and he will live forever. And I feel like Serafina's painting really shows that. But also we have the leaders today like Putin or Xi Jinping, alternatives of people who do not want to be white, despite how much our own country says you will be nothing. Well, why is it that Xi Jinping exists? And I look at him and I say, oh, actually I like him. Or Putin, or you see the brave young leaders in Africa. despite how many assassinations they had to face, you have a whole new generation of young leaders across the darker world, like Mohammed bin Salman, and who are saying, I'm not gonna play the game that's been laid out for me to play. Like, I am gonna do my own thing. And I feel like that's why the rest of the world's revolutions and movements and leaders who are living today are also sources of inspiration for young people, which is also why I think Palestine is so inspiring, because all the shaheeds in Palestine, like not just the fighters, but also the children and the mothers and the elderly that Nuri talked about, they serve as martyrs to remind us of our own task and all that already lives in us, like civilization that lives already within us. So that's what I would say. And
I just want to say, a lot of people know, after 9/11, our Constitution has fundamentally changed. You can now be arrested without habeas corpus. You do not have a right to a trial by your peers after 9/11. If you're considered a threat against the state, you can be physically sequestered and disappear. So that's changed. So this is not what we did back in the 60s, you can't do now. Because right now, realistically, if they want to come here right now, hopefully they don't, if they want to warehouse us right now, they don't have to contact your wife, your spouse, or your relatives where you went and why you were arrested. It is now legal to do that. So that's what a lot of people unfortunately missed at 9/11. That was the first thing I observed. When the Constitution has been suspended, most people don't realize that. The Constitution, as we understood it, no longer exists. Okay, you can be arrested if you are considered a threat to the state, and they're the ones that determine whether you're a threat or not. I just want to share that.
Last question. Kind of a question, kind of a comment, but based on the comments we've had today, especially what Osaze said about how the Saturday Preschool has transformed young people, aren't the children of Gaza our leaders? I mean, look at how they've put their lives on the line. 50% of Gaza are under 19, and aren't they our leaders? And I bring this up in relationship to this panel on the fourth revolution because something we discussed about nonviolence in the civil rights movement was how it enabled even children to fight for their future and to fight for freedom. And I think that about the children of Gaza who have accelerated the world toward the multipolar world, and how the multipolar world will take apart the American dollar. And this is all the actions of children. And Michelle was speaking earlier about how her art, her work as an artist has enabled her to transform the world around her. I think that what are your comments on the leadership of the children of Gaza?
Yeah, I think I just agree because I was trying to wrap my head around Shubarta's questions. I think I just needed some time. But yeah, actually that was what I was thinking, which is in some ways the ruling class's war on time, or like what I called a war on time, is an attack on leadership. It is an attack on youth and children who represent the future. And in some ways, it's an attack on consciousness and morality itself, because that is the only way to basically make people accept what is happening and to condone it. And I think, yeah, I do feel that the children of Gaza, like, I look to them,
Look at their parents.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just think like for the rest of my life, and I think for the rest of all of our lives.
That's what I meant.
Like we're never gonna not think about them. Like they're, I think like King, like all of the others, like they're North Star, and that's something that can never be taken away. But yeah, because I think they never had a chance to be like anything more than what they were. But there are like some videos asking them like what they want to be when they grow up. And they say like, I want to be a doctor because I want to heal my people. Or I want to be an engineer because I want to shelter my people. I want to be a teacher because I love children. Like I want to learn. And I feel like that is leadership, because I think every human being has that capacity to like be something so much more. And yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I think about the children of Gaza, I even it makes me reflect on the stories that Doc or Catherine would tell us about the spirit of their times, where the question of the freedom struggles of the rest of the world and the freedom of their people, that was just table conversation. That was what was on everybody's mind. And this question of times, I want to follow the example of the children of Gaza as well, that you don't have to wait for something to happen. You don't have to wait for somebody to show you the way. You're going to try to find a way, even if it's in the most minuscule thing possible in your daily life, all the way up to the full transformation of society. I want to be able to be an agent for something positive in whatever way possible. And really, I mean, that's how I viewed somebody like King. Reading his story of the Montgomery bus boycott, he was a young man, I think no more than 25 years old, who was a preacher in Atlanta. He had a chance to go up north and get better opportunities, but he's like, I'm going to try to come down south because I know that's where my people need me, and I'm going to try to be as close to everybody that I can be in the city. And then with the eruption of what happened to Rosa Parks, because of that spirit of freedom that was with the people, everybody came together and he was able to be in service to his people. I don't think he dreamed of being the leader of a Montgomery bus boycott. I don't think he expected himself to be the father of the new nation, but he just had that spirit of service that was common amongst all people in that time. And so I want to lead by that example as well.
So when I was in the West Bank, in Gaza, I saw the children of Gaza, and they were brave then, and they were leaders then. And they threw stones at the Israelis, and their houses were bulldozed. But they were the children who had seen and known dispossession and war after war after war. And so this current generation are the children of that generation and that generation. And so they have been raised with a sense of hope and purpose and a willingness, to let their blood run in the streets, if I can reference Jeremiah's poem, which he should have read, about Gaza. But so we have to celebrate those children, because they indeed, like the young people during the civil rights movement, like the young people in South Africa, like the young people everywhere who are a part of struggle, they are leaders, or they're growing leaders, and their leadership will help bring in the new world.
I think with that, we're going to end this panel. And Okay, and then we will take a 10-minute break for everyone to enjoy the clementines and bananas in the back.
Pleasure.
Pleasure,
Do this
yeah.
together.
I like your thing about civilization.
Yeah.
That was really good.
The pleasure.
Oh. Okay, everyone, let's take a photo.
Okay.
Yeah. Everyone say Fourth American Revolution. I know. Yeah, Shabbat was like, can we just keep all the tech equipment in the car? And I was like,
going to push this a little because I can't see Michelle.
By thanking everyone for attending our symposium, Science and Revolution, celebrating 50 years of Henry Winston's Strategy for a Black Agenda. This has been a 2-day symposium, and our final event for the evening is a roundtable discussion entitled The Children, Youth, and Our Shared Future. So thank you to everyone who has attended. For the people who have just joined us tonight, it's very great to see your faces, and I look forward to closing out this evening strong. So please take your seats if you haven't yet. So my name is Michelle Liu. I'm a member of the Saturday Free School, and I will be the moderator for this evening's panel discussion. And before I introduce our panelists, I would like to give a brief framing for our discussion tonight. So as I had mentioned, this final roundtable is going to emphasize the youth and the children and their agency in shaping the future. I want to first establish that the young person and the child is an exceptional member of society in a league of his or her own, because it is the child that reflects both the health and the possibility of society. I want to include this line from Du Bois's The Immortal Child, quote, "In the treatment of the child, the world foreshadows its own future and faith. All words and all thinking lead to the child, to that vast immortality and the wide sweep of infinite possibility which the child represents," end quote. And so for our discussion tonight, first, I'm looking forward to hearing from the panelists, but I actually want to return to a lot of the substance of our discussion yesterday, which emphasized the scientific thinking of Henry Winston, but especially the dialectical triad between the 3 categories that we've established of Henry Winston's thought. The first being scientific knowledge, the second being the Black proletariat imaginary, and the third, the moral imperative. I would like for us to examine how it is the imaginary that drove both the imperative to know and the imperative to act, with the example of Henry Winston's life and legacy, because I think that that is the perfect blueprint for a pedagogy for both the youth and all people in this time. And here I'd like to continue with the immortal child, quoting Du Bois, "Yet the mothers and fathers and the men and women of my race must often pause and ask, is it worthwhile? Ought children be born to us? Have we any right to make human souls face what we face today? The answer is clear. If the great battle of human right against poverty, against disease, against color prejudice is to be won, it must be won, not in our day, but in the day of our children's children. Ours is the blood and dust of battle. Theirs the rewards of victory. If then they are not there because we have not brought them into the world, we have been the guiltiest factor in conquering ourselves. It is our duty then to accomplish the immortality of Black blood in order that the day may come in this dark world when poverty shall be abolished, privilege be based on individual desert, and the color of a man's skin be no bar to the outlook of his soul. The Immortal Child is one of the crowning essays of Du Bois's collection of essays published in 1920, Darkwater. And I wanted to highlight this time period specifically because it's around the same time when Henry Winston was growing up. Henry Winston, who was born in 1911, in the shadow of Reconstruction after slavery. And I wanted to take us back to this time period because it explains the imaginary that produced the fearless courage of someone like Du Bois or Winston, and also the scientific mind and the imperative to act to transform the world. Next, I wanted to emphasize that we are an American people, and that I want to look at the American situation in particular, because just the black proletariat imaginary being a testament to this, there is a unique American imaginary and also a unique American moral imperative. And here I want to connect to what we had discussed on the science panel yesterday, the responsibility of Galileo Galilei, which Du Bois also writes about in one of his essays. I want to establish that actually the responsibility of the American people is as great as the responsibility of Galileo Galilei was at that time, because Galileo Galilei, the future of world civilization rested on his shoulders, just like it rests on ours today. Du Bois described Galileo as a very creator of a new heaven and a new earth. And I believe it's the same future that actually rests on our shoulders today, because it is America as an imperial nation that has distorted world science from an instrument of humanity into an instrument of war and imperialism, into dogmatism rather than truth. And if there's any people, it is our responsibility first and foremost to take that stance fearlessly against war, to bend science back toward its original purpose so that it can actually serve the people. Finally, the fierce urgency of now. I want to come back to this idea from Dr. King. We live in a time when our present society is predicated on war and exploitation, for which there is a very concrete human cost. And like Nuri emphasized in our last discussion, we will never forget the children of Gaza and what is happening in Palestine today. We know there is a human cost both abroad but also at home. And all you have to do is take a 30-minute walk across the streets of Philadelphia to see this. The people are suffering. And this is why we look to the transformation of the American people during the civil rights movement as a pedagogical blueprint. Because the people of that time understood that there was a fierce imperative to act to transform present conditions. Quote, only a decade, well, I quote from Baldwin now, and this is Baldwin's testimony on the students of the civil rights movement. He says, quote, only a decade and a half divide us. But what changes have occurred in those 15 years? The world into which I was born must seem as remote to them as the flood. I watch them, their walk, talk, laughter are as familiar to me as my skin, and yet there's something new about them. They remind me of all the Negro boys and girls I have ever known, and they remind me of myself. But really, I was never like these students. It took many years of vomiting up all the filth I'd been taught about myself and half believed before I was able to walk on the earth as though I had a right to be here. Well, they didn't have to come the way I came. This is what I've heard Negro parents say, with a kind of indescribable pride and relief, when one of their children graduated or won an award or sailed for Europe, began, in short, to move into the world as a free person. The society into which American Negro children are born has always presented a particular challenge to Negro parents. This society makes it necessary that they establish in the child a force that will cause him to know that the world's definition of his place and the means used by the world to make this definition binding are not for a moment to be respected. This means that the parent must prove daily, in his own person, how little the force of the world avails against the force of a person who is determined to be free. Now, this is a cruel challenge, for the force of the world is immense. That is why the vow, my children won't come like I came, is nothing less than a declaration of war, a declaration that has led to innumerable casualties. Generations of Negro children have said, as all the students here have said, quote, my daddy taught me never to bow my head to nobody. end quote. But sometimes daddy's head was bowed, frequently daddy was destroyed. These students were born at the very moment at which Europe's domination of Africa was ending. I remember, for example, the invasion of Ethiopia and Haile Selassie's vain appeal to the League of Nations, but they remember the Bandung Conference and the establishment of the Republic of Ghana. And I want to emphasize this last paragraph in particular. Quote, Americans keep wondering what has, quote, got into the students. What has got into them is their history in this country. They are not the first Negroes to face mobs. They are merely the first Negroes to frighten the mob more than the mob frightens them. Many Americans may have forgotten, for example, the reign of terror in the 1920s that drove Negroes out of the South. 500,000 moved north in 1 year. Some of the people who got to the north barely in time to be born are the parents of the students now going to school. This was 40 years ago, and not enough has happened. Not enough freedom has happened. But these young people are determined to make it happen and make it happen now. They cannot be diverted. It seems to me that they're the only people in this country now who really believe in freedom. Insofar as they can make it real for themselves, they will make it real for all of us. The question with which they present the nation is whether or not we really want to be free. It is because these students remain so closely related to their past that they are able to face with such authority a population ignorant of its history and enslaved by a myth. And by this population, I do not mean merely the unhappy people who make up the Southern mobs. I have in mind nearly all Americans. These students prove unmistakably what most people in this country have yet to discover, that time is real. I wanted to read this passage from Baldwin, which is from his essay, They Can't Turn Back, about the students of the civil rights movement, because it's also about a period of transition from the Second American Revolution, Black Reconstruction, into the Third American Revolution, the civil rights movement. And I think there is a lot to learn from his witness, but also that time period, because we are also asking ourselves, how can we usher in the Fourth American Revolution? How can we give agency, the capacity to make history, the confidence, the optimism back to the youth? And finally, how can we unfreeze time? So I want to emphasize back to the youth. The youth, as Baldwin witnessed, is an extraordinary class of society. And just as they were fighting for freedom in the South in the 1960s, it is the youth who are crying out today, we don't want war no more. So for tonight's discussion, I look forward to discovering what a pedagogy for the future looks like, and a pedagogy that meets the criteria of this time, given how much the world is changing and how imperatively people need to take a stand for what is right and to become agents of history, for the movement of time and for the transformation of time. So with that, I would like to introduce our panelists for tonight. So starting from left to right, first we have Brandon Doe, who is a member of the Saturday Free School and a teacher in the Philadelphia School District. We have Brother Gregory Muhammad, the Nation of Islam Prison Reform Ministry and Delaware Valley Region Student Coordinator. Next, we have Dwight Murph, who teaches at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and is a member of the Saturday Free School. Blaise Laramie is a teacher at Montessori Preschool and a member of the Saturday Free School. And finally, Nathan Barraza is a member of the Saturday Free School. So with that, I would like to invite Brandon Doe to come and give his remarks. Just one more thing that I wanted to add before we begin. All of the people on the roundtable discussion tonight are educators and students, and many of us are both. And so with the remarks that are given, we look forward to learning and synthesizing our respective perspectives on education and what is a pedagogy for the youth at this time.
Greetings, everybody.
Greetings.
I would like to start by thanking the organizers of the event. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who took part in organizing this event on a monumental figure such as Henry Winston. I want to begin just really quickly by introducing myself. My name is Brandon Doe. I am a member of the Saturday Free School, as Michelle said, and I am also a teacher, a history teacher in the Philadelphia School District, and I teach in South Philadelphia. And just to begin what I want to discuss or contribute to this conversation, I feel like young people, in my limited 1.5 year experience as a teacher, their worldview has been significantly narrowed. And I also feel like, or I've concluded that they feel like they are victims of a circumstance that they have no control over. And that is where myself as an educator comes in. Because young people, believe it or not, are very easy to steer in the direction of anti-establishment. They already know that they have been betrayed. They already know that their teachers, their community members, their local leaders are frauds and are working in the interest not of them, but of something else. So, however, the difficulty or the task that lies ahead of us is the struggle for a way forward, the struggle to breathe optimism into the young people. Because yes, they know that they've been cheated, that they know that they've been lied to, but the difficulty is taking responsibility for oneself. And how will I make a better future to actually change the conditions, the circumstances that I am a victim of? And so, in Philadelphia, we have a very impoverished city. The majority of my students are impoverished. But in addition to the physical ghetto that they are put into, there's also a mental ghetto. Because the world is bigger than Philadelphia. And that's not to say that Philadelphia as a city is not significant, but it's just to say that as a youth in this city, you belong to something greater than yourself. There is a world out there of billions of people who are ready and willing to join hands with you to fight against a common enemy. But do you have the courage to rise above your victimhood and see that?
That's right, Brandon.
So young people, they need to be restored. They need to be resurrected morally. They need to be resurrected spiritually and mentally. And after that, the physical, because what your environment is a product of what's in your mind. And I always tell my students this: if you go into somebody's room and you see bags of chips on the floors and clothes and dirty laundry and all this trash, that's the product of a chaotic mind. The chaotic room is a product of a chaotic mind. So in order to change your reality, your circumstance, first you got to change your mind. And I feel like that's the struggle that we have as leaders, as teachers. But the world, yes, the world is bigger than your immediate environment. And once you realize that as a young person, then you feel as a human being enlarged, broadened, and you feel more. You grow as a human being morally, and you then have the courage, the capacity to challenge what's going on in your environment and control it instead of your environment controlling you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. I would now like to invite Brother Gregory for brief remarks as well.
First, I want to say good evening to everyone. Assalamu alaikum to the Muslims. And also power to the people, to our revolutionary brothers and sisters, our nationalist brothers and sisters. I'm honored to be here with you this evening. I thank you, the organizers, for the invitation that was extended to me. And I definitely enjoyed the introduction from Sister Michelle. And I come from a different environment. What I mean by that? I mean, I come from the same environment, but most of my life was in prison. So I come from that environment. My university was in prison. I thank Philadelphia Community College for accepting me at their college. Before I go any further, let me say this. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, who came in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, and in the name of his messenger Messiah, the exalted Christ, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad is his messenger Messiah and exalted Christ. And I further bear witness that their true servant, divine reminder, divine warner, the modern Messiah in Jesus in our midst today is the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I had to open in that manner because as Muslims, as redeemers, saviors, and deliverers of our people, we want to put that out front. So I am not standing up here in front of you on my own. It is those three that enable me to stand before you. So I have to give honor to them first, right? Okay, so my name is Brother Gregory Muhammad. I am a member of the NOI Prison Reform Ministry, which was set up originally by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad back in the 1930s when he was unjustly put in prison. It was reestablished by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan during the year of his rebuilding, beginning of his rebuilding of the Nation of Islam back in 1977. And during that time, that year, 77, the brothers who were sent out to the prisons were unknown. No one knew that they were going in and introducing the brothers to the rebuilding of the Nation of Islam. And those who do not know about what I'm talking about, the rebuilding of the Nation of Islam, after the Honorable Elijah Muhammad departed from us in 1975, his son took over the Nation of Islam and he changed the teachings and went over to Orthodox or Sunni Islam. Okay, so the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was with him for 44 months, and when he made a statement saying that we should salute the American flag, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said that was the time for him to leave. So anyway, I served 34 years in the Pennsylvania prison system as a result of the corruption of this society that created the conditions that caused me to land in prison, speaking politically and economically. Now, I was a young cat. If you, excuse me for the language, right? I know everybody in here knows something about the street, I hope. Right? So, my father was a Philadelphia police officer. And from what I remember, he was a good police officer. He was also a scoutmaster, and I was in the Boy Scouts. Oh, I forgot, he was also over the Cub Scouts too. So I was in the Cub Scouts. My mother was a den mother, right? So she was taking care of the little guys, right? The little girls. So I came up in a disciplinary home, strict, My father was also a deacon, right? So in my introduction to you, I started as a youth in a good home, went to school. I was introduced to peer pressure, and I failed. Peer pressure caved me in. No, I can hang out with you. I don't care about my father being no cop. What are you talking about? Okay, so I'm gonna put a pin in right there, okay, because we want to get into the discussion, but I don't want to go any deeper, and the reason for that is because I am in the ministry, so I will have services here with you this evening. So thank you.
Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm Dwight Murph. I teach philosophy in New York City at John Jay College, CUNY. And I want to continue to talk. I'm going to try to connect Henry Winston and to what we were talking about today. So, like Henry Winston, I want my people to improve their condition. And when I'm teaching students consciousness, we talk about consciousness, I want them to become conscious and recognize their responsibility to humanity. Hey, fix this.
I apologize.
Okay. I want to talk about consciousness, and the important thing is that when you think about the context of time today, when the brother was talking about the shelter, and things have changed today. The conditions were different than I graduated with Tony Montero. Well, he's older than me, y'all. 2 years. I graduated 2 years behind. Yeah, I know. We got to have some humor. We have to keep it moving. Anyway, I want you all to know that the times are different. And when he speaks about the shelter, and I know what you were talking about that time, but I want to use the quote from James Baldwin, as Serafina and all of you were saying. But in that time, as you use Baldwin, he had this quote, which you know: "To be a Negro in this country and to be relatively conscious is to be in a rage almost all the time." That rage, when we were younger, how would we direct that rage? Would we pick up a gun? Because we talked about that. You guys don't know anything about that. We talked about picking up guns, particularly after they killed Martin Luther King. But some of us chose education. So the times are different. So when I'm teaching, and in New York City, we have a lot of immigrants now. New York City is different. It's, we have immigrants from all over the world. So what is my job as a teacher? So to raise their consciousness, I emphasize critical thinking. That's what you guys do here, critical thinking. Critical thinking, and I'm going to take you to my classroom for a moment, because I think it's very relevant. On my syllabus, I say philosophy questions everything. Now I want you to know that's very important. Questioning, when I say question everything, I mean everything. From the existence of God, sex, everything, political, everything you must question. And let me tell you why that's important in terms of raising consciousness. So I'm taking you to my class, critical thinking. So critical thinking matters because our lives are defined by our action and our choices. And our action and our choices are guided by our thinking. Critical thinking helps guide us towards beliefs that are worthy of acceptance, and it helps us, well, to have a successful life, however you define success. And one of the other things I like to talk about is a consequence of not thinking critically. What's the consequences of not thinking critically? Whether it's anything you believe, God, religion, anything, what's the consequence? It's a loss of personal freedom. If you are passively accept beliefs that have handed to you by your family and your culture, then those beliefs are really not yours, because you're just accepting beliefs that you grew up with. You know, you believe in Santa Claus, and you find out Santa Claus wasn't real. You believe in, you be a Christian. How many people are Christians? Because that's how your family. How many people are Jews? But when you have something that you believe, it becomes yours. It becomes yours. If they are really yours and you let them guide your choices and actions, then they are not you, or you are in charge of your life. That's what's important. Your beliefs are yours only if you critically examine them for yourself to see if they are supported by what we call in philosophy good reasons. Good reasons. Critical thinking does not necessarily lead to cynicism. It doesn't. You don't have to be, but you have to use your critical thinking skills. Also, I can take it off, right? Also, look, it's important that, say when I'm teaching, you know, you're in your classroom and students come in and they're often saying, so one of the things in Introduction to Philosophy, is a metaphysical, you'll talk about metaphysics. So metaphysics is about the nature of reality, what's real. God is a metaphysical question. God real. So then I ask the students, does God exist? And what I'm doing is making them think. That's all, making them think. What's good about the free school is that you're thinking, you're critically thinking about the world. And in my classroom, I don't teach dogma because I don't care if you leave there believing in God or you don't believe in God. You know, you want to know those questions, but at least you have decided what you believe, and that's important. And in regards to the youth, what you're talking about the youth, it's important that the youth develop critical thinking, and they develop that way so they question things and they can begin to have agency. Agency is very important because they can look forward, but that's what I do. That's my contribution to civilization or the world, making students think critically.
Good evening, everyone. I think the mic's at the right height now. I'd like to share first about my journey to teaching, then about the purpose of education, and I'll end with the importance of peace. I grew up in West Philly, and as a child attended a Montessori program in Alexander Wilson Elementary School. That school was closed during budget cuts by the district in 2013 and was bought by the University of the Sciences and demolished, and the schoolyard where we used to play was turned into university dorms. My mother became curious about Montessori, seeing my classroom and talking to my teachers, became a teacher herself and started her own school. She is She is to this day my first and greatest teacher. I went to college thinking my grandmother was a teacher, my mother is a teacher. What else will I do with an English degree but teach? But I was not ready and did not want to teach. I worked a number of odd jobs until I took a job as a nanny. Working with that child, seeing him grow from wearing diapers to reading books, and reading and being transformed myself at the same time as a student at the Saturday Free School, I fell in love with the discovery the child makes of the world, the pursuit of truth that we make unendingly from cradle to grave, and matured into a man capable of shouldering the responsibility we have to the child. When that job ended 4 years later, my mother encouraged me to apply to a Montessori school in South Philly, and I did, and it was the best decision I could have made. I now teach children there from 18 months to 6 years old, from the 1.5-year-old toddler moving just beyond infancy, to the 3-year-old developing language and the ability to focus that is needed for all subsequent learning, to that special age of 6 when the child begins to ask deep questions of society and their place in it. Maria Montessori, the developer of the Montessori method, was born in Italy in 1870. She studied the child and the phases of child development as a scientist through observation and practice, and sought to establish universal laws of child development. The purpose grounding her study was her deep belief in the great capacities of the child, in the importance of developing the child as a spiritually conscious and morally motivated member of society, and of the child as the foundation stone of civilization. Montessori writes in her book, Citizen of the World, "The children who live a life more pure than ours are divine workers. Without pretensions, without pride, they accomplish humanity's magnum opus, the construction of man. And those who assist in this great work are enriched by the children's spiritual values and are elevated. The superiority and condensation evinced by adults towards the child crumble, and instead a sense of humility emerges, the same sense that is evoked in him who succeeds in tearing the veil that hides the secrets of creation." She goes on to say in the same text, "The question is to bring about a radical change in the way we view human relations, endeavoring to influence men's consciousness by giving them new ideals, fighting indifference and incomprehension, to awaken in man's spirit a sense of gratitude towards other men. This can also be done with children. In fact, these endeavors should begin with the children, giving them the opportunity to reflect on the social value of work, on the beauty of labor carried out by others, whereby the common effort enriches the life of all." It expresses the universal need of a peace pedagogy for our children and the children of the world, of an education that has science as its foundation and a moral imperative as its animating engine. A peace pedagogy that cultivates in them a love for humanity, that concretizes science and makes it real. Montessori writes, "Children should be made to realize that all great achievements in culture and in the arts, all sciences and industries that have brought benefit to humanity are due to the work of men who often struggled in obscurity and under conditions of great hardship, men driven by a profound passion, by an inner fire, to create with their research, their work, new benefits, not only for the people who lived in their times, but also for those of the future. We must convey to the children the nobility of this altruism." And when I read this, I think of the unselfish life of Henry Winston. Yes. Montessori writes, "We find ourselves at a moment in time in which spiritual life is neglected and materialism is extolled as a virtue, in which the physical prowess of human beings has surpassed that of nature, and in which we glimpse the horror of universal destruction. Because of this, we proclaim that the development of creative energies, of the higher characteristics of human beings, is one of the most urgent needs of our social life. When I read this, I think of King, who said we must move from a thing-oriented society to a people-oriented society. She writes, "An education capable of saving humanity is no small undertaking. It involves the spiritual development of man, the enhancement of his value as an individual, and the preparation of young people to understand the times in which they live. And this is what I pursue in the Free School." Perhaps no one has expressed this great responsibility as beautifully as Du Bois in his essay, The Immortal Child. He says, "We may teach frankly that this world is not perfection, but development, that the object of education is manhood and womanhood, clear reason, individual talent and genius, and the spirit of service and sacrifice, and not simply a frantic effort to avoid change in present institutions." He writes, "A world guilty of this last and mightiest war has no right to enjoy or create until it has made the future safe from another Arkansas or Rhymes. To this there is but one patent way, proved and inescapable, education, and that not for me or for you, but for the immortal child. And that child is of all races and all colors. All children are the children of all, and not of individuals and families and races. The whole generation must be trained and guided, and out of it, as out of a great reservoir, must be lifted all genius, talent, and intelligence to serve all the world." I want to end by speaking on children and the need for peace. When I'm at school and I look around the quiet, dark nap room at the children sleeping, see them at the park laughing and running and playing, or in the classroom comforting another student who has fallen and is crying, I cannot help but think of the children of Gaza. And the Israeli bombs that snuff out their life and potential. I read just yesterday of Israeli snipers killing doctors at Al-Shifa Hospital as they tried to reach newborn babies in their incubators. When I think of them, my heart swells with pain and feels that it will burst or twist apart. And I know I must love not only the children in my classroom, but the children of Gaza as well. The children of the world are my children. And as a teacher, I cannot stand neutral on the question of war and peace. Peace is the birthright of all children and the prerequisite of all education. As a teacher, it is my responsibility to cultivate in my classroom a peace ethic and a love ethic, to demonstrate a moral uprightness and a will to creatively resolve conflict, to fight for peace on a world scale and against the war agenda of my own government. On peace, Montessori writes, "We must take man himself, take him with patience and confidence across all the planes of education. We must put everything before him, the school, culture, religion, the world itself. We must help him to develop within himself that which will make him capable of understanding. It is not merely words, but a labor of education. This will be a preparation for peace cannot exist without justice and without men endowed with a strong personality and a strong conscience." She says, "Times have changed, and science has made great progress, and so has our work, but our principles have only been confirmed, and along with them our conviction that mankind can hope for a solution to its problems, among which the most urgent are those of peace and unity. Only by turning its attention and energies to the discovery of the child and to the development of the great potentialities of the human personality in the course of its formation. What we need to develop for our children and youth is a peace pedagogy, a pedagogy that sees the task of the teacher as that of the scientist deeply in love with the potential of the child, who takes up the work of nurturing the child in their development into consciousness, equipped and eager to take on the construction of a beautiful world house." Thank you.
I'd like to first thank Dr. Anthony Montero for creating the Saturday Free School because it gives a young person such as myself the opportunity to rise to what I and any other person could be capable of, which is especially what people need during this time. I'd like to also thank my brother who brought me to the free school, as well as the many people in my life who saw something in me when I didn't, because without them, I think I would be lost. Lost like the many young people of my generation who seem to be trapped in time. It is no wonder why young people feel this way, as they have been shown that there is no future, through lack of jobs, war on our streets and abroad, and the deliberate obscuring of truth, meaning that all the suffering and violence that people see at a young age has no rhyme and reason, and that it is not the deliberate policy of a cruel ruling elite meant to keep us down. As a result of obscuring this truth, a deep hatred of people begins to grow in us. In tough times, one might think to look to the past for guidance. However, our revolutionary history and leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., Paul Robeson, or Henry Winston have been erased, smeared, and distorted by the ruling class, limiting the imagination of what life could be. And so that takes us to the present, where we are taught that the depth of our lives should start and stop with us, maybe extending to our immediate family, but not across the color line to each other, or to our brothers and sisters in Asia or Africa, who we are taught are our enemies, and that they have failed in their struggles, conveniently leaving out the fact of murderous United States intervention. To say that the system of the United States of America, as unfree and broken as it is the only future, so we shouldn't strive to change it. And so we look at the progress of China, Russia, and North Korea with fear and distrust, when in reality, they are fighting the same forces of neocolonialism which oppress us, and are in the process of remaking the world, a process which we must be a part of. Essentially, we are taught not to be responsible to anyone but ourselves, thus limiting the purpose and possibilities for one's life. These are values that are imposed upon us by the ruling class because we are rewarded materially when we take them up. This, by the way, starts from a very young age. All this has bred a kind of decadence and moral cowardice in our people. The state we find ourselves in today is a result of the inevitable crisis of whiteness and capitalism, which our country can no longer bear. Interestingly, a definition of the word crisis is a turning point of a disease when an important change takes place, indicating either recovery or death. Perhaps this is what Baldwin meant when he raised the voices of the slaves who said, "And God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, the fire next time." Now more than ever, the American people are faced with a choice that we may be able to make. Today we witness a stirring in the hearts of our people, driven by the exposing of the lies of the ruling class, as well as the truth that God had made us for more than this, and that the world can and must change towards justice. That God gave man dignity as a way to know right from wrong, to know ourselves and each other, and a way to arrive at the truth. Most stirring are the brave young people of Palestine, who can teach America an important lesson, that change requires sacrifice, that America as a civilization must learn sacrifice again. And in seeing their suffering, we could open our hearts to the suffering of our own people and be reminded of our own great martyrs, who taught us that the only way to be free in an unfree country is to take up the responsibility to change the country. That even in the darkest times, there is a way out. How strange is it that when we choose to give up our life and serve, do we then truly begin to live? I believe that if our youth and children are able to make this choice to struggle in the tradition of the Black proletariat, that our soul as a nation could be saved, that we could gain back our courage. In this process, we would find that rather than hatred and despair, it will be love that fills our heart. And I think that we would find that we really don't need much else. the color line could be finally overcome, and the unity needed to change the country and to understand ourselves could finally be achieved. In this process, to free the youth and children from the ideological grasp of the ruling class, we would be joining in the democratic process of remaking ourselves and the world, as it is the people, but especially the youth, who will make the future.
Well, first, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for those very moving and illuminating remarks. Now I would like for us to move into the discussion portion of our roundtable. And I would like to begin by developing this idea that I like the way that you termed it, Blaze, a peace pedagogy. And my understanding of this idea is that, as you said, we have at the crux of education science and the pursuit of knowledge at its foundation, but bending or moving always toward the moral imperative to act and transform the world around you. And once again, this takes us to the three categories of Winston's thinking: scientific knowledge, the moral imperative, but also the imaginary. And for example, Blaze, that's why I find it so moving or interesting that you're working with very young people who must have a boundless sense of imagination, but also a boundless sense of faith and courage and just a moral conviction of what is right or wrong. But I would like to open it up to everyone on the panel if you could expand on your understanding of how we can move knowledge toward what, Blaze, you called the animating engine of the moral imperative: to know in order to act, in order to be or become.
Hello. Hello? Oh, yeah, I got it. Repeat the question again. You said, repeat it again, please.
Well, to phrase the question in a slightly different way, we've been discussing Israel's genocidal war on Palestine and what's happening in Gaza. And what I'm saying is, this is a criminal historical moment that's happening before us, of which everyone is aware. But what does it mean to actually live in accordance with that knowledge, so that your life is actually in dedication to preventing such war from ever being unleashed on children?
Oh, okay, all right. As I said before, I said when I have students come to class, I want them to be conscious and have their fulfillment of humanity. So it does begin with consciousness, just like you're doing here at the free school. I mean, he's talking about the pedagogy of the young people, but when they become 18 and younger, they have to think about the world around them. Look at poverty, look at the thing, just like you were talking about, you know, when you go out in the world and you observe. How is it, what makes a person change? What makes a person move to want to fulfill humanity? There has to be some feeling. You have to have sentiment with reason. I mean, most of us are moved mostly by sentiment and feeling. Am I correct? Feelings. You know, he described the Israeli children and the Palestinian children. That moves us. Just as when Martin Luther King in Birmingham, when we saw the thing on TV, people were moved by the beatings of the people in Birmingham. So, once again, philosophy comes in. People are moved by sentiment, by feeling, by the visuals. But here's the important thing that you have to remember, that you must not only be moved by your passions because your passions can direct you in the wrong direction. There must be some reason that goes into that. That's very important. Hume said, that reason is a slave to our passion. Reason is a slave to our passion. So while we see the killing, we can also make the wrong decisions. And that's why it's important to know the history, the Ottoman Empire, to know the whole history. Because so many people, if you ask a student, for example, if you ask a student today, if you look at the civil rights, they'll only go by what they've seen of Barack Obama. They know nothing about the history. So they have to know more than just what they see, more than George Floyd. They have to know about Malcolm X. They have to know about Sojourner Truth. They have to know about Du Bois. And that's what you're getting here. And that makes your thinking clearer, and you can make wiser decisions. Why are you listening to Tony Montero or anybody else? Because he lived in the 60s or the 40s. No, I'm not little humor. Or as you guys, you guys always say, oh, head. But the point is, here's the point I'm making. We lived here, we live then and now. And you can learn so much. You can learn so much from a person that lives in a just like he learned from Henry Winston. You can learn from him and the times. And that's what it takes. It takes to consciousness. That's where it all starts. Just like when you were telling your story about, what you was feeling, Michelle, that feeling, that moves us, and reason and consciousness have to come together.
Wow. I like what Brother Dwight was saying about reason and consciousness, because for me, that corresponds with what I was taught: rise above emotions into the thinking of God. And you really don't have to be a part of any religious organization. If you believe that there is a God, if you don't believe that there's a God, you know that all of this came from somewhere. And it was at peace in the beginning. But something happened that caused the breaking of peace. And again, as Brother Dwight said, you have to know more than just, this is my land. This is my land. Well, somebody's lying. And as a result of the lie converts into murder, killing, destruction. So, as a 16-year-old lost on the streets, a father police officer that tells me everything that's right. At that time, that's what I thought, right? But the society has another language. Somebody's responsible for that language. Somebody's responsible for crime and violence. We weren't born murderers. We weren't born robbers. So where did it come from? So we have to go deep into the beginning of man. All of the great ones that went before us addressed everything I'm talking about. Oh yeah, Marcus Garvey, I want to go back. Benjamin Banneker, if you know the history of Benjamin Banneker, right, who surveyed Washington, D.C., came up with the first almanac, right? Well, he studied the society and was able to produce what he produced. So, the children that are dying in the world are victims of conditions that some man created. And we have to study where that came from in order to begin a new beginning, the new revolution. No. All those great ones that came before us didn't fail. All those that came before us, Nat Turner, Denmark Visit, again, Marcus Garvey, David Walker, all of them had a piece of the degree of life, the degree of civilization, coming out of an uncivilized mind into a civilized mind. We're taught what is the meaning of civilization? One having knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and confinement. Pursuit of happiness. Pursuit of happiness. So where did unhappiness come from? Love. Where did hate come from? So we have the answers to these questions, and the people in society from the very beginning that's written in some book, because those who want to control the narrative preserve the formula and don't hand it out as a handout, because then you'll know how to get out of this wrong thinking, this destructive thinking, this insensitive thinking, this callous thinking, this murderous thinking. Everything is about fighting. As a Muslim, we fight against those who fight against us first. We are not the aggressor. You lie if you say the Muslims are executing violence. The Quran teaches against that. And when I came into Islam, prior to me coming, I was living in a society of violence. I'm still here. Okay? So as a 16-year-old going back, when I fell in my responsibility of living right because of ignorance, I landed in a situation, in a court system that said, we can put you away until you're 21, or you can enlist into the military. Now, I didn't want to go to prison, and I really didn't know what the military would be like, but I knew I'd be at least free, not in a prison. So I accepted the military. I went in the Marines. Now, this is a 16-year-old we're talking about. He'd be 17 in a couple months. Went to boot camp, Parris Island, South Carolina. Graduated from boot camp. Went to my next duty station, which was Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. I knew about racism, you know, because my father, he was a little conscious of it. And when I got to Camp Lejeune, I was told by my company sergeant to go into the barracks and find a bed and get the number of that bed and bring it down so I can put it on the roster. Now listen to my language. I don't want you to miss nothing. So I did what he told me to do. I went up in the barracks, seen a bed by the window, nice view, took my sea bag, threw it up there, opened it up, started pulling my stuff out, and I felt that somebody was watching me. So I turned around, and it was 8 white Marines. And they said to me, I just turned 17 now, that was in the street, up in North Philly, 25th and Allegheny, was in a gang, all right? Just got a little discipline in boot camp, but they say, Private, what are you doing? I said, I'm following the instructions of the company sergeant. He told me to come up, find a bed, take the number of the bed down. He said, you're on the wrong side. I said, no. He didn't say Southport, Northport, Eastport, Westport. He said, find a bed, get the number, bring it down to him. Well, I'm Corporal Hatchet. Look at that name. He said, you're on the wrong side. Then I said, no, I'm not. This is my bed. So there were some black Marines there, and they were just back from Vietnam. Well, no, they came from Cambodia. There was something going on. This was in 1975. Okay, they was coming back from Cambodia. So they called me. Come in, young brother. He said, we tried that already. The barracks is segregated. I said, what? I ain't gonna use that language. So I goes off in there. And they calmed me down. But I had to go through that experience to really know the substance of the hate. We all wear green here, Private. He's a liar. No. You're delusional, Private. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna cut it short. By the way, I was forced to take a discharge because my tour of service was me as an activist against racism at Camp Lejeune. Now I leave it there.
And that wasn't that long ago.
That was
What year was that?
That was 1975. I was discharged in 1976.
That wasn't your bed.
Unbelievable.
That was the white folks' bed, and you was in the wrong section.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Okay, that's
serving your country.
yes, sir. So, oh yeah, that's Brother Dwight said a very key point. And serving your country. And by the way, shoot, you made me just reflect how they had me in the gutter and hiding in holes and all that trauma. I remember it now that he said that, it just made me think about on my back, pushing in mud with total military gear on to defend my country, to preserve peace in the world. That's the illusion anyway. You know, I found out that it's a little more to this. I don't know how many others experience this and being able to tell it, but I'm going to tell it every time I get a chance. And so that's all I want to say.
And that's the rage that Baldwin was talking about.
So at this time, I'd like to invite the audience to ask questions.
Can you repeat your question to the panel again?
Sure. So my original question was, how do you see the relationship between knowledge and the moral imperative? And what, if any, force, I suggest that it's the imaginary, the Black proletariat imaginary, conditions that relationship between knowing and acting on that knowledge. And I think this is also connected to something that Nathan, you had said in your remarks, that America as a civilization must learn sacrifice. And that at the cusp of historic crisis, we have a choice between recovery and death.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought we could tie some of those ideas together.
Thank you, Michelle, for repeating the question. I want to begin with a quote by King, and he says, "A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual doom." And that is exactly what we have today. And when I was putting together a presentation for my students for a lecture, I found a graphic that showed the price of missiles, US military missiles. And the budget of the US military, at least from my research I gathered, is over $800 billion. And the price of just one missile, for example, is $6,149,000. That's the price of one. So what King says rings true. And our foreign policy also affects at home, because war abroad is war at home. And the spiritual doom that he's talking about, I'm able to witness that every day in the Philadelphia school district, where our children are quite literally at war with one another and themselves.
That's interesting.
And for example, the school that I work at, which is on Broad and Snyder, is right in the middle of a feud, a neighborhood feud that's happening between people from on a street on one side of South Philadelphia and then on 16th Street or 15th Street in South Philadelphia. And just a few weeks ago, there was a child that got stomped out in front of my classroom by about 5 or 6 other students. I tried my best to break it up. There was 4 other kids around with cameras recording it. And if it wasn't for one dean who has stepped up to do something, to take action about that situation, nobody would have said anything. And so I only say that to say that our young people in so many ways have been turned into instruments of death. To do such a thing to another child who's in the same predicament as you, who is even of the same background as you, shows a lack of love, not just for others, but for self. Because that person that you're seeing is a reflection of you, the person that you're putting your hands on.
That's right.
And, but I would say to answer the question about the moral imperative, in my experience, my first step as a teacher was to, in this violent environment, is to become an example of peace. And just one example, it was a few weeks ago when a new student got transferred into my class, and you know, he caught himself trying to be cute. He was trying to show off in front of his friends and try to challenge my authority, right? So he said, why is Mr. Doe, why is your name Mr. Doe, but it's spelled D-O? Isn't that do? And I was like, well, my name comes from another culture, and that's how we pronounce it. He was like, well, that's a dumbass culture. And then a few minutes later, you know, him and his friends are joking and whatnot, and he says, what did he say? He said, because they were talking about each other's backgrounds and all that, and you know, kids, especially in certain communities, have a way of talking to one another. They talk rough, but still, that's not a justification. And so he asked me, Mr. Doe, are you a chink? So at this point, right, I don't get easily offended, but I do have to confront that he's being disrespectful. He's challenging my authority, and he's trying to make an example out of me in front of all the other kids. So then if I let this slide, right, and if I let this slide, everybody else is going to feel comfortable to challenge my authority. So I'm like, this whole time I'm thinking about what the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, take plenty.
Take plenty.
You know, after difficulty comes ease.
That's right.
But I'm just like, yo,
you at that point.
Yo, I'm at that point. So I pulled him into the hallway, right? And I was like, man, what's going on? He's like, you know how kids are, I don't know. Everything is I don't know, right? What's the problem? I don't know. So I said, you know what you said was very disrespectful, right? When you said that my culture is dumb. He was like, no, I didn't say that. And he tried to twist his words around to make it less offensive. And then I said, no, I know what you said, and it was disrespectful. And
that's not the way that you should talk to somebody, right? And he was like, okay, I'm sorry, you know, da da da. And, you know, so I corrected him on his behavior, but then I also make sure to add a positive. Because look, he's one of them kids that's always running around the hallways, getting into fights, you know, just messing around, like just very, very disorderly. But I know that he's not disorderly because that's in his character or that's in his being, but really that's because the whole environment. I mean, the leadership in the city of Philadelphia, pretty much their policy is let's step back and let these people kill each other.
Right. Right.
That's what it is.
Right.
And so I had to add a positive. I was like, you know, you're better than this. The way that you're acting now, you're better than this. And you're also a really smart kid. Like, you're a good student. Because when he gets his work done, like, he kills it. Like, when you can sit him down and really, like, take him away from all the distractions, he's a thoughtful person, he has a great mind. But then, like, when it's time to share his thoughts in front of a classroom, that's where he retreats. So it's a certain shame, it's a certain, you know, my ideas don't matter type of attitude, right? I told him, you're a smart kid. And he was like, Mr. Doe, I'm a dumbass. I'm stupid. I'm like, see, that's why I gotta tell you to shut up, right? And then I just said it like that. And that, you know, that is something that resonates with him, with people or with kids, that I'm gonna fight for you even if you don't fight for yourself. And I could say, even in my experience, I didn't have that. You know, in my experience in high school, it would just be like, this is a problematic kid, and let's just push him to the side. Let's focus on the kids who have gifts, the gifted kids.
It's true.
And so I have to be an example of peace. And, you know, I was thinking about what the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, and also King, love is the only force that can turn an enemy into a friend. And I figured that if I can endure this disrespect, and trust me, the disrespect of the kids is nothing compared to the disrespect up top. I'm just saying, because they're not to be blamed.
Right.
But if I can endure this, then I can come out of this situation new. I can learn something, but at the same time, I can also make a new friend. And after this, me and him are like this. Yeah. And because I showed that I'm here to protect you. I showed that I'm here to protect you, and that's what students don't get. And they always come to me and they say, Mr. Doe, you're the only one here that cares. Yeah. And meanwhile, I'm just decent. You know, I'm just being a decent teacher. Like, you know, I have my ups and downs too. But, you know, I had another student who I see a lot in the hallways, and I've been seeing him since last year, and I could tell, you know, he's very, his mood is always lethargic. He's always looking down. You know, he's one of the kids with a backpack with speakers in it, and he's playing music in class, like, but, you know, whenever I would see him, like, he would always be down. I was just like, you know, like, you're a good kid. I see you around, and you're not with everybody else. You're not getting into fights. You're not any of that. And then, you know, he would tell me, I would be like, how are you? And he would say, you know, I'm not good. I'm failing all my classes, da, da, da. And I would be like, you know, he told me that he's looking for a job. So I said, okay, come to my classroom, and then let's talk. Let's try to look up these jobs together, collect phone numbers, and, you know, we'll make some calls. We'll make a resume and all that. He came to my class later that day, and he, you know, so we were talking about jobs, and I was like, you know, this is your first job. You're 17, so you know that you can't really be that picky, right? Because he was throwing out all these big ideas, and I'm like, no, like, you know, stocking shelves and all that, and that's where you're at right now, realistically. And then I asked him, like, you know, how's your background, like your record? He was like, well, a couple years ago, I got involved in the wrong crowd, and I robbed a GameStop. And I feel like in this job, I'm learning a particular science or a pedagogy on how to treat people, how to deal with them. But it is like in the free school, you know, when we talk about when King says you know, this world has made it so that the children don't see a sky, so that they don't see a future. And so all they see is right now, what's the media, what's in front of them. And what's in front of them is hopelessness or perceived hopelessness. And so I made it my imperative in that moment to not judge the young brother, because I know the world is already judging him. And that's just, I'm just gonna start there, but like that's one way that I draw students in and try to build relationship with them. And then, like in the example, the first example with the student who disrespected me, when they see that, they also have a model on how to deal with issues in a productive way, instead of, I mean, quite literally pulling out a gun and killing one another. And so, yeah.
I want to comment and say that what you're doing is very important. And one of the things that in the struggle, people often lose hope. And what you're doing is providing hope. I mean, the human condition is always, you know, the same, but it's people like you guys here in the free school who are providing that hope. And, you know, because I have similar stories, and we all have these stories, but as Jesse Jackson says, keep hope alive.
Keep hope alive.
One thing, what, do you guys have solutions to these problems? You know, what are the solutions to these problems? Go ahead, I want to hear from you guys.
Well, I would also like to invite anyone from the audience who has questions. You can come to the microphone. But before your question, I just wanted to say that I've known all of you to some degree through the free school, but I have also really enjoyed learning and hearing your perspectives, because it's very apparent to me that there are excellent teachers on this roundtable, but also that you've inherited great teachings and that you have also been exceptional students. And I bring up that point because I think this is the urgent question that we're driving at in a way, is when time is accelerating, when the world and America is in crisis, the youth are also responding in a certain way. And what we've seen in the last few weeks is a lot of American youth actually responding with exemplary courage. So then the question becomes for us, how do we meet the youth? Or how do we continue to be responsible to these students as they change? Because it's clear that we as educators can't stay the same then. We also have to meet the moment. And so I think there's just a very close dialectic that I'm seeing with everyone on this roundtable between being a student and being a teacher. The last thing I wanted to say is, I loved what you said, Blaise, about your mother being your first and your greatest teacher, because in many ways I feel the same. And I think in that way, our discussion is also a blueprint for everyone in this room, because teaching, it doesn't just happen in our classroom. It happens in the family, but it also happens in our friendships and in the world through our daily interactions.
What I want to talk to you all about is early childhood education, the early childhood education. like he was talking about, what's his, oh, I forgot the name.
Blaze.
Blaze, yeah. Because I was a balance literacy intern teacher. That's a person that goes into first, second, and kindergarten and third grade and sit at the table. No, I said it, he said right around. Sit at the table and talk to 12 children and teach them how to read and to write. So I was doing that, right? I was doing that. I was at Evelyn School at Upsall and Chew. I was there in 2000. I was there for like a year and a half. But what I'm saying is like the damage that was done in that early childhood, Brandon, was teaching them about Miss Wishy-Washy. I mean, these are our babies, and you talk about Miss Wishy-Washy, the cow that jumped over the moon, and we expect for them, see, because that kills your imagination. You don't have any imagination for the rest of your life. And I suffer from that every day. I'm 75 years old now. I still feel that, you know, and they still do that. I'm not saying you do, but I'm saying a lot of teachers in the public school system because like back in the 50s when I was going to school, it was Dick and Jane and a big cookie. I mean, these things destroy us for life. I think because your imagination is killed for the rest of your life. You don't even know how or what to do. And that's what sets up that killing. That's what sets up that prison pipeline. Right. You know, what would Miss Wishy-Washy do? Or the cow that jumped over the moon. Now, sit down, you know, you read from the big book. Now sit down, write me a sentence and draw me a picture. So, you know, what is a child supposed to do? What is a black child supposed to do coming from a home that's broken? Coming from a home where their father's in prison, their mother's on welfare, their mother uses crack, you know what I mean? So how am I going to sit them down and talk about that and they go home to all the problems they go home to? That's what happens, Brandon, that's how that stuff starts, man. Miss Wishy-Washy. I mean, just look at that.
That's right. And just another thing that I learned the first year of working at the high school is that a quarter of the children at the school that I'm working at are living in foster homes.
Right.
Well, I'm just gonna play, I was thinking about Saladin and the Saladin Road, and it's in Gaza. I might not play all the time, but I wanna play a melody because it's something about these people, Saladin being righteous, and they're on this road 24 hours a day. Yeah. Complete movement. There's no quiet. And if it wasn't probably for living in that kind of prayer atmosphere, it might not be no atmosphere for them to breathe in. So I might just say that road is really a sacred place to walk on. And they can't flee, so all they can do is they're walking on a road that Saladin and somebody that laid their lives down, and not just Jerusalem, but probably in the Islamic world itself.
Mm-hmm.
having me. Peace and blessings, everyone. My name is Sister Catherine Muhammad. I'm Brother Gregory Muhammad's wife, administrative assistant for the Prison Reform Ministry. But Brother asked about solutions. And in my humble opinion, as a member of the Nation of Islam, under the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, under the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, on the back page of the Final Call newspaper, any Final Call newspaper that you pick up any year, any time, you will find these wants and beliefs on the back. So I just want to read the first 3 and number 9. Okay, so the first 3, number 1, we want freedom. We want a full and complete freedom. Number 2, we want justice, equal justice under the law. We want justice applied equally to all, regardless of creed or class or color. Number 3, we want equality of opportunity. We want equal membership in society with the best in civilized society. I'm moving to number 9. We want equal education, but separate schools up to 16 for boys and 18 for girls, on the condition that the girls be sent to women's colleges and universities. We want all Black children educated, taught, and trained by their own teachers. Under such schooling system, we believe will make a better nation of people. The United States government should provide free, all necessary textbooks and equipment, schools and college buildings. The Muslim teachers shall be left free to teach and train their people in the way of righteousness, decency, and self-respect. Now, the reason why I'm reading that is because everything that we discussed, and we were talking about the children in Palestine, here, and what we're going through. And the root to our problems is education.
Right.
Number 1.
That's right.
But we also have to remember, as Brother said, the condition of our people from the beginning and what caused us.
Right.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that we are blind, deaf, and dumb to the knowledge of self, God, and kind. And that's the root of our condition. That's the root of the disrespect. And the only way that that disrespect is going to change is through education of who God is first, who you are second, and where you belong in your society. These are the answers on the back page of the Final Call newspaper. I humbly submit, regardless to what your religion is, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was and is the messenger to us all. And what is a messenger? A messenger is one who comes to deliver a message. And what is the message? The message is who you truly are, who we truly are as a family. As a family. We're sitting up in here with races, with religion, but we're only one. We are one. God is one. Regardless to whether your religion is Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, it's only but one God. And if you read all of the books, the Bible, the Holy Quran, the Torah, they all require one thing, which is obedience to God, obedience to His will. And that's where we have all failed. That's where the dysfunction comes in our families. We don't have, we all, regardless of whether you believe in God or not, as Brother Gregory pointed out, we all came from somewhere. We all got here some way. And when we respect life itself, then you can respect yourself and one another. But the only way that things are going to change is that God has to be brought back into our lives, into the schools. He has to be brought back as the center of everything. And until that happens, then nothing will change. But I submit to everyone to purchase the Final Call newspaper. And if you don't, go to finalcall.com. And on the back page of every Final Call, you will find the wants and the beliefs of us as Muslims in the Nation of Islam. But when you read through them carefully, open-mindedly, then you will find that they're most likely your wants and beliefs as well. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I want to thank my wife, Sister Catherine Muhammad, for addressing that. I was in the process of also addressing it, but I won't do it because she did so very well. All praise is due to Allah. And see, most of us in this room, from what I see, remember the Million Man March. Okay. And 80% of the men who went to Washington, D.C. were not Muslims. They were Christian. Minister Farrakhan called the march, but was it really his call? Because he said he was speaking in Brooklyn, New York, at the Armory. What's that, the 365 Armory? And it was Let Us Make Man lecture. And he was talking to black men to save ourselves and our children, our families. What we're talking about now, well, the Nation of Islam has a standing history of solving the problem we're talking about. What we need to do is unite. Unless we got a better program that we can equal to what Elijah Muhammad presented to us. Or are we going to go head on up to the White House and ask them to help us? That wasn't what the march was about. That was a notice to the government that we will take care of our own. So this dynamic can be applied to every single race of people in America. Listen, listen, listen. They got it all wrong when they talk about the Nation of Islam. And I'm not going to do that with you here now. But I'm just letting you know, as Sister Catherine said, get a final call. Get the truth. Or you just comfortable with lies. I'm just saying, right? I'm going to read, just if you would permit me to, just read a short paragraph from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and it comes from, and we in tune with Henry Winston. I may not be able to express it the way you all doing it, but listen, any black man stand up in America and wants an alternative to the falsehood that has been inflicted upon him is a man that must be lifted on our shoulders every day. And see, I'm not speaking of my own. I came from the gutter. I was one of the ones we're talking about, Brother Brandon. You know, prison changed me. Oh, come on. You got to go to prison to change? No. But it changed me. And I'll say as Malcolm X said, He said when he was in prison, he had time to think. I took a paralegal course. That was smart. I was in prison and I wanted to get out. I had to learn the law. So I went to the law library. You know, I came home. I went to Harris School of Business in Philadelphia. I took a course in dentistry. Oh yeah, it was all right. And I graduated as a dental assistant, only to be told, Mr. Moore, you are a convicted felon. You would never get a job as a dental assistant. So I did all that, but listen, for nothing, in the sense of what I went there for. But it nurtured my spirit because I accomplished something. You know, I can still be a dental assistant. We just get a chair and some equipment and all that. And what I learned, that, you know, we can administer that. I'm certified. So if you're a dentist, I can help you out. I keep the place what it's supposed to be. So no, it wasn't all a failure. I took some, it was some takeaways for me. I completed something that I was told all my life, you would never be nothing. Listen to the word never. Boy, that hurt so bad. You know what, boy? You ain't never gonna be nothing. Because that's the white man talking through him. You ain't never gonna be nothing as long as you are rebelling against my system. As long as you stand up for freedom, justice, and equality, I'm sorry, you ain't gonna be nothing. But that's why I love my Palestinian brothers and sisters who are giving their lives for their home. You know, we may never get nothing, but listen, your day coming soon for taking my something. Okay, so I wanted to read real quick, because everybody like touched on it a little bit. What Minister Farrakhan said in the Time and What Must Be Done series back in 2013, it was 57 weeks. He was speaking, the time and what must be done. And this part is part 23. You can go on Google and you can Google it and it can come up. But I just want to read this part right here. Here in Chicago and in the cities of America, our children are going from school into a pipeline to prisons. Our youth are in trouble. It ain't on them, it's on all of us. Because those children got a home and they got parents somewhere. So we need to do better with ourselves so that we can save our children. Right. There's much more, but you can go on. I'm going to do one more, Sister Michelle. Martin Luther King. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan says this about Dr. Martin Luther King in this particular part that he's discussing, pipeline to prison, right? Dr. Martin Luther King, not a dreamer, but a man evolving toward a common goal for his people. You know, you may think that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is a dreamer, but I beg to differ with you. Because his name be brought up in different halls every day. And what they bring up saying Dr. King said is for the purpose of to continue the false narrative. Right. Using his name. So we gotta wake up. We gotta wake up. We got to listen to someone who is telling us the truth. Right, right. So he goes on and say, Minister Farrakhan, The dream that Martin Luther King had in 1963, that Henry Winston was around at the time, that he spoke of the base, at the base of the Lincoln Memorial. He said, that man wasn't dreaming. When he made a speech, an analysis of social disorder and a plan of action against poverty, discrimination, and racism in America. This plan was presented by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to the Sovereign Christian Leadership Conference in Atlanta, Georgia on August 15, 1967, 46 years ago. And you can look this up on Google as well. So I just wanted to bring that piece in, because 85% of people of color are deceived. The 15% of us, we know the truth, but we are afraid to stand up for that truth. Minister Farrakhan said, you all here with me, but we are a nation. He was just on, I forget the show, it was on, it'll come to me later, but the Pan-African movement, the nationalist movement. I know everybody's familiar with, well, maybe not, because there's some young folks in here, right? The Republic of New Africa. Okay, I got some answers here, right? So the minister is saying, what's happening? You have to love in order to be successful. If you're sitting around bickering about who's doing what, then our children die and our future is destroyed. We must unite. Right. And I'm saying in this room, if you have not listened to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, I'm not talking about CNN, Fox News, or any of that garbage. I'm talking about go on and listen to him. Right. You can go on NOI.org and hear Minister Farrakhan to perfect and nurture your plan, our plan to save our children.
Thank you. Yes, I will just say I think we're planning to wrap up the panel very shortly. So any closing remarks? I think Nathan might have wanted to say something as well.
Well, here's my closing remark. It's very brief. When he said he was a felon, and he said that they didn't give him the job, I think about the politics of liberation, and I'm always thinking about solutions. You know, I teach at John Jay College Criminal Justice. The system, and you guys talk about the system. The system must change when men like him come out. The system must change even if you have a felony. You give the man a job. Henry Winston worked in the Communist Party. He worked to try to change the system, but the system fought against him. So what I'm saying is the struggle, it doesn't turn overnight, but you must continue to fight all the time, like Henry Winston, and change the system. Constant struggle.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, if I could just speak about the type of responsibility that teaching places upon us, I would say that when you find yourself talking to a young child or a young man or somebody like yourself, you find that, and at least somebody looking to yourself as a person with maybe some sort of authority or answers, you find that you have to evaluate what you're going to teach them, evaluate how you came to that belief, and evaluate what you are about to say to that person, because in them putting their trust on you, that belief that you're about to teach them, or that idea that you're about to teach them, could take hold in their life. And so you have to examine for yourself how that belief came to you and how that belief had changed you. So I would say that when you're, I guess, put with the responsibility of teaching, you have to understand that, I guess that's the responsibility of the future, but also that, when you're teaching somebody, or when a child asks the difficult questions, such as why is the world the way it is, why is there suffering, why is there suffering in my life, that answer that you have to give a child, it can't be an answer that leads them to hate themselves or anybody else. And the answer that you give them can't be an answer that creates an other in their mind. It has to be an answer that, I would say, makes them see themselves in other people, makes them see themselves in their neighbors or the people across the world, because in expanding that consciousness, because young people are capable of understanding these things. And I think that's one of the first things we have to realize, that in teaching that, making sure that those ideas don't take hold in a young person or a child is very important. So,
yes, sir.
I wanted to build a little bit on what Sister Catherine was saying about God and seeing the God in yourself and seeing the God in others. And this is something that I've witnessed myself, that this has been completely removed from the school curriculum. And you can't just look, because they say that the rule in public high school is that you can't teach anything religious or talk about God, but if I'm a history teacher, which I am, religion is a part of history. You can't take that away.
That's right.
And so I feel like history gives us a vision to see through people and to see beyond what they present on the surface, because the surface is not who they are. There's something much deeper and much more beautiful beneath the surface that they don't want to show to the world, whether it's because of fear, because of trauma or other things. But I know that when I am battling, for better or for worse, for lack of a better word, when I'm battling with a student, that I'm not battling with an enemy, that we both have God within us. But at the same time, I also know through history that there's something deeper that unites us. Like, I know, because I teach Black and Latino students and some Asian, but even if you are bickering and you are insulting me right now, I know that that does not corroborate our history, because throughout our history, we have united, we have formed movements together to face a common enemy. And that allows me to see, although the immediate moment is intense and there's a lot of, disrespect or whatever, I can see that you're more than this, you're better than this. And I feel like that's what history gives us as educators or as leaders, the ability to see through a person and see beyond the surface. Another thing is that I was giving a lecture on Palestine, and the bombing of Gaza. And a student actually spoke up and he said something very disrespectful. I'm not going to repeat it, but it was similar to the past situation where he was disrespecting my authority, and he was also saying something that was very distasteful about the Palestinians. And so I pulled him in the hallway, I reprimanded him, right? But after that, I just thought that night, what can I do? How can I reach them? Because we are talking about, like Nate was saying, seeing yourself in the world, not being a victim to a narrow worldview that cuts you off from your comrades across the world. And so I'm thinking, like, how can I make this point that you belong to the human family, that the world is bigger than the ghetto, that it's bigger than South Philadelphia, that you are greater than what you are at this point right now, but you don't even see it yet. And so I was like, you know what? A lot of these kids in my class are on the basketball team. Let me talk about Kyrie Irving, right? Because Kyrie Irving, he's not only a great basketball player, but he's also a great person. Right. And Kyrie speaks on Native American issues, the genocide of Native Americans. He speaks about the Palestinians. And I told him about the one press conference that he had where he said, this was during the bombing of Gaza actually last year. And he said, I can't talk about basketball right now because that's not the main thing that's on my mind. There's things that are bigger than basketball. And because of that, the media blasted him, the white media. And the point that I wanted to make was that Kyrie is being persecuted for saying that, for speaking up on social issues about the Palestinians, and also just sharing a documentary that was making the argument that Black people could be the original Jews, which if you look in Ethiopia, you see Black people who are Jews. So why is that anti-Semitic? But I made the point that Kyrie is one of the nicest people in the world. Even his trash talk is harmless. You have NBA players like Kevin Garnett talking about your mom this, your mom that, talking about, oh, you look like you got cancer, or your wife this, your wife that. Kyrie is more like, oh, you think you're better than me? Prove it. That's his trash talk. You know what I mean? Kyrie wouldn't harm anybody, but just the fact that he's speaking up, that's an example of when you step out of the plantation, they try to whip you and make you go back in the plantation. And that no matter how great you are or how successful you are, and I'm telling my students that, no matter how great you are, they will always find another way to remind you that you're just another nigga.
That's right.
Right? Right. And so just even him being that nice person, that harmless person. And I told my students this, you know how they remind you? Look at where we at. The air conditioning is not working, the heat is not working, or it always works on a hot day, which doesn't make no sense. So it's like 100 degrees in the classroom.
Unbelievable.
And the water, the tap water is brown, and they're using that to cook the food that you're eating. You didn't even evolve into who you're destined to be yet, and they're already treating you that way. That's their way of telling you how they see you. And they don't do that to the kids at Central High School. They don't do that or Tampa. And so I got back to the lesson about Palestine and Kyrie speaking about Palestine. And I said, look at what our country does annually, $3.3 billion to Israel. They pledged $38 billion over 10 years Joe Biden wants to send an additional $14.3 billion to the state of Israel. And I made the point that they, like, what undergirds the oppression of the Palestinians also undergirds your own oppression, so that they can only oppress the Palestinians as long as they can oppress you, and they can only oppress you as long as they can oppress the Palestinians. And I made the point that these are your, we're all in the same struggle. And so after that, the student, he was all apologetic, and he has me on Instagram, and he sent me like one of those posts that you share, like those emergency posts saying like, about what's happening in Gaza and all that, to kind of prove to me that he absorbed the lesson and he's sorry. But I feel like what Student Minister Abdul Haq said to me when I was coming to him about certain issues was very relevant. And he said that, brother, what you're going through now is no different than what the messengers and the prophets throughout history have went through. Right. Because he told me about this verse in the Quran where the prophet Muhammad was pleading with God, and he was asking, I'm trying to help the people, I'm trying to love them and save them, but why does nobody believe me? Why does everybody, I'm telling the truth, I'm trying to love, but I'm being hated in return. And he was saying that about me, but could it be that our young people are also prophets?
Right.
Those, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, because a lot of adults don't deserve them. And I'll take off one day from work, and this girl came to my room the next day banging on the door. Mr. Doe, I'm about to curse you. Oh, you didn't tell me that you were going to be off yesterday. And there was another group of kids on the basketball team that were saying like, oh, Mr. Doe, if you ever get fired from this school, we're going to burn this place down. And I'm telling you, but like for other teachers, they're like the worst thing ever. Like they treat kids like burdens. And I don't do that, because the education that I received from the Saturday Free School and from the Nation of Islam, I'm not built like that. Right. But just one more point. So Kyrie, right? And I'm telling them this. They already condemning you. You're not even on that magnitude of the whole world looking at you. And I told them, they closed down 755 schools in the United States last year. If you do the math, let's just say there's 1,000 kids in each school. That's 755,000 children without a place to be. So how do they condemn you for being in the streets when they're closing down the schools? Right. And then I told them, they say that I'm talking directly to my kids. They say that you are criminals, but the real criminals aren't walking through the halls of schools throughout Philadelphia. That's right. The real criminals are walking throughout the halls of City Hall. And they're like, oh. But that's a big one. Like when it comes to young people, like, a lot of people told me that when I was gonna work in the school district of Philly that, oh, you gotta be careful and watch your back and, make rules, make sure you remind them all the time of the rules, and there's kids with knives and guns, and there's all of that, okay? There's all of that, but man, it's a beautiful thing, because there's no better feeling than to help somebody. Yes. Discover who they are and to be that light in somebody's life that gets them to wake up in the morning like, man, I can't wait for Mr. Doe's class. We're gonna talk about a junior black mafia today. So, you know, thank you again for the Saturday preschool and our panelists.
Thank you, Brandon. Well, I wanted to underscore what you said, that a lot of people, a lot of adults don't deserve the youth. And I wanted to read this line from James Baldwin to kind of finish our panel, and it's from the Fire Next Time. And he says, "For nothing is fixed forever and ever. It is not fixed. The earth is always shifting, the light is always changing. The sea does not cease to grind down rock. Generations do not cease to be born, and we are responsible to them because we are the only witnesses they have." And I also wanted to emphasize what you were saying, Sister Catherine and Brother Gregory, about the central role of education, or being educated in the correct principles, or an original truth and original knowledge. Because it actually comes back to what I wanted to introduce us with earlier, those passages from the Immortal Child. Because I thought it was so important, this question that Du Bois had raised when he wrote that at the turn of the 20th century, and he said, "Given all the immiseration, given all of the depravity, the poverty of my people, does this mean that we should no longer bring children into the world?" And he said, "Of course not. In fact, it means the opposite, which is that the only thing I can do, the best thing I can do, is to live for my children's children's children, which is to live for the immortal child." So with that, I would like to hand the microphone back to the organizers of tonight's symposium if they wanted to add anything, but I would also like to say thank you to everyone for participating in this discussion and joining our symposium tonight.
I want to thank everybody for making this symposium happen. I know that we'll be reflecting about this for a while. And thanks to everyone for showing up. And also, yeah, I think a lot of ideas have been developed. And as we keep thinking, I wanted us to end the night with a couple of thoughts. And I think really, this panel really summed up the entire symposium. And I was reminded of something that Doc had mentioned more than a couple of months back when we were just starting to organize this. With Henry Winston, his idea of science was most important. It was seen in terms of his practice, not just in terms of ideas and building up the Communist Party and centered in the black proletariat and so on, but it was more about how he practiced science in personal relationships and how he built up his people, how he built up the cadre. And I think this panel really summed it up, and the entire couple of days. And I think it really roots science not simply as a method to understand the world, but it roots science in love and courage. And I think both the last panels really brought this up for me. And yeah, I think it's really deep because you need the idea of rooting science in love and courage means that you need to have love for the human, and and you have to believe humanity's capacity for struggle and for change. And this is the only I think this is the main lesson that we take from the scientific method to understand and change the world, but also courage, because it is a daring task to take on. And what all of you were talking about, the future and the youth. I think what you were all saying, and also what Michelle was saying in moderation about the role of science and how it is centered on the future. Science as a futuristic project, because it's based on the courage to change the world. I think it really made this concrete for me in the last, few hours, and I want to thank all of you for this. And I also wanted to end on a couple of things. We talked about reason a lot throughout the last couple of days, and in terms of the rational, empirical, and so on. I also wanted to end on this quote, which is one of my favorite quotes from King, which is in Pilgrimage to Nonviolence, where he goes through this, philosophical and, very intellectual philosophical journey through all these philosophies. And he ends on Gandhi. And his conclusion is that reason without the purifying power of faith can never free itself from distortions and rationalizations. And I think the distinction between reason and rationalization is something we can't ever forget, because reason can be used in the service of peace or in the service of war. We can't really sit here and say that it's not unreasonable to go to war. It is reasonable according to a certain kind of logic. And this idea of solutions and what do we take from as we move on and keep thinking and reflecting about the event and about Winston and everything that we talked about. I don't think that we really have to look for solutions from how we have been talking about for the last couple of days. It really seems that humanity is changing. This is, I think, what Jeremiah was talking about in the Avant-Garde launch panel, where we can see that there are profound changes occurring in the world. And I think more than looking for solutions, it is our task to make the choice whether we're going to be in the playground of humanity or relegate ourselves to the sidelines of history. It's not really a question of looking for solutions, but to make this choice. And I think it's an easy choice to make. And I think everyone in this room have made that choice. I wanted to end us on that. I'll just mention the last thing that, this is the last free school event before next year, when we are going to celebrate the year of Baldwin with a number of different events and reading groups, and it's a very exciting time for all of us. And I'd love it if all of you, keep coming back and be a part of this. And yes, that is the last thing, except that we also have a few merchandise which we have decided to give away. We have some Henry Winston posters and I think some t-shirts, and of course the Avant-Garde magazine, which is also the source of truth, as Brother Gregory was saying. Thank you.
Can I get you to say anything this year?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to try to make it.
That's right. That's right.
Detroit, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're going to try.
All right, Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, good job. Good job. Good job. Good story.
Panel photo.
You're not doing well, yeah, I'm going to
Some information I want to